Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Cloud County Ground. Hard to believe it was only 36 hours when we were here and everything was buzzing after that brilliant Vitality Blast win over Surrey. But here we go. We switch the white ball to red ball and we welcome Hampshire today for the beginning of this LV County Championship match. Behind me, the umpires, Chris Watts, Martin Saggers and Peter Such. Good to have Lord Such back here as match referee, and the two captains, of course, Tom Wesley and James Vince. Just having their last minute chat, and then we will have a look at the coin toss and have a quick chat with the two skippers. Always a challenge, shall we say, getting back into red ball mode, and be interesting to see how both camps have looked at that over the course of the last 24 hours.
Just on that, you know, when we get two uses, if you use those, but then the balls, it's up to us. You can then still change it after the turn. You can't keep coming to no. We can then expect it. I think it looks.
So here we go, coin toss is set. Sorry, Martin. It's tails. Tom, come here. I think, yes, sorry. I think I should be saying, is it a bird, is it a plane? No, it's Tom Wesley after Friday.
I know.
Right, getting back into red ball mode. It's only 36 hours ago. It must be a big challenge to just switch on, isn't it?
I suppose to some extent. We're blessed, aren't we, with the likes of Brownie and Cookie, who obviously just focus on red ball, so they'll be bringing a lot of energy back to this team. But I think for us, I know it was a while back, we have to remember how well we played up at Old Trafford, take that form moving forward.
Team news then for this game?
So we've got Michael Pepper coming in and Aaron Bid.
Excellent, good. You've won the toss. What are you doing?
We're having a bat.
You're having a bat. Good, well, go well.
Cheers.
Good to see you. I'll just invite James to come and have a quick chat. Good to see you back here, mate. Right, you're in the field. What are you thinking on the pitch and on the match itself?
Yeah, it's always a tough place to come and play, but looks a decent pitch. Would have batted as well, but yeah, get out there and see what happens.
You, like Essex, had a brilliant win on Friday. Is it a bit of a mind mash coming back into red ball, just trying to transfer tactics?
Yeah, a little bit, but we played a 4-day a couple of weeks ago, and we got guys that are only playing red ball at the minute. So yeah, is what it is. Get out there and try and do our best.
Team news for you?
Unchanged from our last 4-day game.
Excellent. Well, go well. Good to see you back here. Right, so Essex win the toss and will bat. Now, not that your memories will have ended that quickly, because as I say, it was only 36 hours ago, but here is a look at some of those highlights from that fantastic win over Surrey in the Vitality Blast on Friday.
The Eagles gave their chances of qualifying for the quarter-finals of the Vitality Blast a huge boost, with Simon Harmer leading from the front with bat and ball to see his side defeat group leader Surrey by 43 runs in Chelmsford. He lost the toss and Essex were asked to bat. They were able to take only 6 runs in the first 2 overs. Adam Rossington nicked after Reece Topley on 4. Michael Pepper, as per, produced some magic right from the off. His confidence at the moment at a real high. Feroz Kushi played a more traditional shot, that boundary seeing the Eagles on 27 for 1 from 4. Pepper then hit the ball with ridiculous power, a stunning stroke from a very, very talented player who backed it up with his second 6 using the paddle. His side onto 42 for 1 from 5, Pepper with 17 from 5 deliveries. He was in unstoppable form, a reverse sweep coming next as he scorched his way through the numbers. He hit 4 fours in successive balls, and that meant the power play belonged to the home side. Pepper on 33 off 10 deliveries, the Eagles at 60 for 1 at the end of 6 overs. People were simply running out of superlatives as Pepper then struck his third 6 over the wicketkeeper. Sunil Narain was introduced in the 9th over and struck with his first delivery. Connor McCurr with the catch to send Cushy on his way for 23. And 2 balls later, Pepper tried to reverse paddle the experienced Narain, only for a top edge to land in the hands of Will Jacks. Pepper had gone for 48, which had been made from 18 balls. Those losses meant that Essex had to settle for a score of 88 for 3 at the halfway stage, and now looked to Dan Lawrence to push on. Paul Walter then brought out the long handle. Narain, the man with the best economy rate in this season's tournament, being smashed into the distance. And Walter then went big again, the 50-run partnership for the 4th wicket up in a flash. Essex would have hoped for more, but Lawrence hit a full delivery out to Jason Roy, who very coolly held on near the rope. The batsman out for 19, Essex onto 141 for 4 with 5 overs remaining. With Walter set and now joined by Daniel Sams, the Eagles would have had their sights set on 200 or more. But a ball which took off from Topley then did for Sams. He sent back on 11 made from 6 deliveries, the Eagles now needing a strong finish. And it was their skipper who provided it, this remarkable shot flying over the rope. Harmer and Walter taking 17 off the 18th over to leave the total on 175 for 5 with 2 to go. Harmer has had few opportunities with the bat in this format, but just when he needed to, he found some excellent form to rapidly move into the 20s and to his best T20 score this year. Walter began the last over with a mammoth hit, the ball travelling a long way. He was then yorked by Topley next ball, his 49 runs containing 4 sixes, his runs made in just 33 deliveries. Harmer gave Topley his 4th wicket, leg before for 29, those being hit off 15 balls, leaving it to Aaron Nijar to smash the last delivery for 4, which left the Eagles on 198 for 7 from their 20 overs. Aaron Beard then produced a peat in the first over of the defence, and it had Roy on his way back to the hutch. Over number 1, containing that priceless wicket and costing only 4 runs. Will Jacks has been in fantastic form of late, and he went after Sams, the second over going for 15. Tom Wesley then had the superb crowd on their feet. An outstanding catch at short fine leg off Beard, removing Jacks for 26. The moment of inspiration came at a crucial time. Surrey reaching 38 for 2 from 4 overs. Honours were perhaps even at the end of the power play. Surrey at 53 for 2 after 6. Jamie Smith and Rory Burns, the men now at the crease, the latter looking in fine fettle. Both batsmen kept ticking the scoreboard over, keeping their wickets intact. They taking the total to 91 for 2 at the halfway stage of the chase. 108 more wanted from the remaining 10. But to the first ball of the 11th, Lawrence broke through. Smith bowled for 30 to edge the Eagles ahead in what was becoming a nerve-shredding occasion. Beard eased the tension a tad though by having Burns driving to Walter after making 37. The bowler with the exceptional figures of 3 for 17 from 3 overs. The wind was soon in the Eagles' wings when Harmer, as cool as ever, removed Narain for 4. Surrey midway through the 14th over on 109 for 5. And now for something sensational from Ben Allison. The shot from Laurie Evans had 6 written all over it until the substitute fielder intervened. 4 wickets had fallen for 31 runs and Essex were just about home and hosed. Harmer's 4 overs bringing him 2 for 20. Surrey were left on 136 for 7 in the 18th over. Beard grabbing a 4th wicket, his best performance in this format, as debutant Tom Laws clubbed him to Allison. Beard with a night to remember as he ended with figures of 4 for 29. In the end, it was a very comfortable victory. Chris Jordan, the 8th Surrey man to fall, a slog of Sams landing in the hands of Lawrence. And as if Harmer hadn't done enough in this all-important match, he balanced himself perfectly right on the boundary's edge to get shot of McCurr. That is really nothing this inspirational leader cannot do. Surrey then fell well short, ending on 155 for 9 to lose by 43 runs. 2 big wins in 2 nights has the Eagles in 3rd place in the group and needing 1 more win from their remaining 2 matches to guarantee a place in the knockout stages.
So, strong memories of Friday night. What a special night it was for all. Start with number 3, Felix Organ, wearing 22. James Vince wearing 14. Liam Dawson wears 8. He'll bat at 5. From Sussex wears 10, keeps wicket, of course. He'll be batting at 6. Aneurin Donald wears 12, bats at 7. Keith Barker wears 13 and bats at 8. James Fuller will be at 9, wearing 26. Kyle Abbott bats at 10, wearing 87. And last but not least, Brad wearing 58. So that's the visiting lineup. Here is the Essex lineup. Today, Nick Brown back in the mix, wearing 10, batting at 1, and of course, Sir Alistair Cook alongside him, wearing his familiar 26 jersey. Tom Wesley, the skip, will bat at 3, wearing 21. Dan Lawrence wears 28 at 4. Paul Walter wears 22, he'll bat at 5. Michael Pepper comes into the team wearing 19, batting at 6. Adam Rossington keeps wicket, wearing 17, he'll bat at 7. Simon Harmer, of course, in the number 11 shirt. He'll bat at number 8. Shane Snater, back from Amsterdam. He wears 29 and bats in the 9 berth. Aaron Beard, top man on Friday. He wears 14, of course, and will bat at 10. And then, of course, Sam Cook wears 16 and will bat at 11. So there's the 2 team lineups here at the Cloud County Ground. Great to have you along on the stream. Hope you enjoy the next 4 days. The weather forecast good, bit breezy, so the wind will be a factor certainly today. Just to reiterate, in case weren't with us earlier on, Essex won the toss and they will bat, and we'll be underway in about just over 10 minutes.
remember how you fell in love with the game?
First sort of proper memories were early T20s down at Chelmsford, going to watch and sort of falling in love with the game there, and then with my dad and my brother.
Which coach or mentor had the most impact on you?
I think my earliest coaches would be Guy Ben Irvin, who's been fantastic. He was the first proper coach I had at Writtle and taught me how to bowl and how to bat and how to play the game in the right way.
Why are programmes like Funds for Runs so important for the cricket community?
Grassroots level and getting kids into playing sport or cricket specifically, I think the opportunities that we can have, if it's got to be widespread, and whatever background you're from and wherever you're from, you've got to have access to the game. So I think it's extremely important that everyone has access to the game, has access to kit, has access to facilities and coaching. I think that's something that cricket's done well historically, but can always improve on.
The last game they played, an excellent victory against Lancashire at Old Trafford. The weather is fine. The generally forecast is pretty good for the whole game. Around about 20 degrees, a light breeze, quite pleasant playing and watching conditions today. The news is that Essex have won the toss and they have chosen to bat first, and they've got a couple of changes from Old Trafford. So Brown, Cook, Wesley, then Dan Lawrence, who of course was playing in that game but has been generally of course out with injury ever since. Walter, Michael Pepper, that's one that I'm pleased about, if you listen to me regularly. he's coming in for his first championship appearance of the season, effectively replacing Matt Critchley, who remains out through injury. Adam Rossington, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Aaron Beard plays instead of Jamie Porter, who would have played after his great match here for the County Select 11, but he sustained an injury, so it's Beard and Sam Cook. And Hampshire unchanged from their last game, that superb victory over Yorkshire, who was such a hard side to beat. So it's Felix Organ, Ian Holland, Nick Gubbins, James Vince, Liam Dawson, Ben Brown, Anirin Donald, Keith Barker, James Fuller, Carl Abbott and Brad Wheel. And with me, Nick Gledhill, is Dick Davis and Kevin James from Radio Silent. And good morning, Kevin. And well, not often eagerly anticipated Hampshire visits to Chelsea, because it's not normally a very happy hunting ground, but I think this time the side must have a lot of confidence in the Championship and of course recently the T20.
Yeah, well, I keep thinking that every time we come up, but we leave here with infinitely less confidence than we arrived. There's two things for me about this game, apart from what you've mentioned, spot on as always. One is that we come here looking for our fourth victory in a row, which gives you an idea of just how well Hampshire are playing, even without Mohamed Abbas. The other side is, yes, you're right, the record here is poor. The last three championship matches here between these two sides have ended in innings victories for Essex, and in fact the last 5 championship matches here between these two sides have all ended in victories for Essex. So it's not a great record to be arriving here with.
Amazingly, the bookies will suggest that Hampshire are slight favourites. I think Essex will want to have something to say about that, but Essex need to get their home season going. It's been like a glorified net so far, let's be honest. All the significant action has been away from home. 69 wickets in 3 games, but the encouraging thing was the pitch for the Select 11 game against New Zealanders was certainly a cricket wicket that was much more even for bat and ball, and that's encouraging. So Alistair Cook, fresh from the commentary box, I was just wondering where he was in this particular test match, and I thought, oh, hang on, there's an Essex Championship match, that explains everything. And Nick Brown, who's going to face Keith Barker, who's been superb with bat and ball for Hampshire this season. Barker from the Hayes close end will bowl to Brown, who just covers up and plays square into the offside, and there's no run. Partly cloudy, pleasantly warm. It's not going to be hot today. It's a really sort of perfect day, I think, for playing and watching cricket in late June. A breeze that's going to be with us throughout, and top temperature round about 20 degrees. These two sides both had pretty good weeks in the T20. Wins for Essex at Lords and of course against Surrey here, and Hampshire a brilliant win at Taunton, and then following up with a victory against Gloucestershire in a much tighter game as Barker bowls, and that's an excellent delivery, which is a no ball, but it beats Nick outside the off stump on the forward shot.
Barker leading wicket taker in Division 1 with 31 wickets. He's 5 clear of 2 men. One of those, another Hampshire bowler, is in a certain Mohamed Abbas, who won't be around in this little middle rounds of games, and also Craig Overton. So you're right, he's having a good season with both bat and ball, but especially ball.
So Barker, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and Brown on the drive, and well fielded by Barker in his follow through, stretching out a hand, because I think that would have gone for 4. It was nicely timed by Brown, but Barker stretching out a hand. Essex winning with toss and batting. Often at Chelmsford at either end of the season they would insert the opposition, but this looks a pretty nice straw coloured pitch, and they obviously want to take the opportunity to bat first. So here is Barker again. Got a news update coming up very shortly. Bowls, and that one just leaving Brown outside the off stump, has nothing to do with that one. So Brown and Cook, and then Wesley. Dan Lawrence, they had that injury problem at Old Trafford, but was superb in that game. And Walter, Pepper, Rossington, Harmer, Snater, Beard, Cook, and Hampshire are unchanged. That really was a very good victory at Old Trafford. It's one of the strongest sides in the country. Barker bowls, and that delivery, it's a little bit closer to Brown's off stump, and he had to make quite a late decision in the end to have nothing to do with that one, but good judgment. Typical of Barker, that just really making the batsman think late on, do I need to play at that or not? In the end, Brown rightly decided he didn't have to. There were 4 slips, a cover point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and there'll be a fine leg out of our side. Here's Barker again, bowls that one just back over length and leaving Brown outside the off stump. So the only run to date, the extra, the no ball, which came off the second ball of the over, means it'll be a 7-ball over to start with. And so Hampshire looking here for early breakthroughs with the new ball. They haven't got Mohammed Abbas, but it didn't stop them beating Yorkshire, which was really a fine achievement after I think Yorkshire made something like 420, 428 in the first innings. As Barker bowls, it's played defensively up into the offside, and there is no run. So the end of the first over, and we'll just do a quick update for the news and then bring Kevin in for the next over. And it's a bright sunny morning here at Chelmsford, and Essex, who've had 3 high-scoring draws here, need a win to really launch any sort of possible championship challenge in the second half of the season. They're 51 points off the pace at the moment and playing second place Hampshire, who are just 3 behind leaders Surrey. Essex have won the toss. They've chosen to bat the first over, just a no ball from it. Nick Brown and Alistair Cook at the crease. Michael Pepper coming in for Matt Critchley. Dan Lawrence back in the championship side, of course that long injury layoff, and Aaron Beard playing for Jamie Porter, who sustained an injury. So 1 over gone, and Essex, who won the toss and chosen to bat, are 2 without loss. And over to Kevin.
Kyle Abbott is going to come round the wicket to the left-hander Alistair Cook. Runs away from us, 3 slips weight, and that's just outside off stump. Cook just dabs that to point. Fielded by Anirin Donald there, and there is no run. A bit breezy as well, wasn't it, today?
Yes, I think it's really pleasant because it's not going to be a chilly breeze for the spectators. It's just, I think, absolutely almost sort of perfect sort of watching conditions, really. And 20 degrees, all looks very nice indeed. And Essex finally getting a championship match after such a long layoff. I saw the last game, which was in mid-May at Old Trafford.
Abbott comes in again. It's way outside off stump, and Cook doesn't have to play at that one. You mentioned about the pitches here. I mean, I must admit, I did look at the first couple of games that you had, 2-3 games, and I thought, was that really being played at Chelmsford?
Well, we don't know whether the ECB sort of were having a quiet word saying, look chaps, these 2.5-day games, or in the case of Northants, a game finishing half an hour into a second day at the end of last season, when obviously there wasn't a lot on it for a lot of the sides in Divisions 2 and 3 last year.
Torres, you don't want flat pitches against this man batting at the moment, who gets one that bounces a bit, but he keeps it down well as it goes to backward a point this time.
So, and I think sometimes with those early season pitches in April, I think April was again pretty dry from memory, so that can be difficult to get the pitches exactly right. So there's certainly 2 batting friendly, I think the first 3, but the pitch for the Select 11 game, which is the only first-class game since, actually was much more of an even contest, and that was encouraging. Yeah.
Abbott again to Cook. That's Fuller, and that's driven, but only as far as cover, where it's half stopped by Gubbins. They'll come through for a single. So Cook is off the mark, and Essex move on to 2 without loss. I saw John Stevenson, your chief executive, earlier, and I said to him, the one thing you have done here, actually, is you've made the pitch flat. That's one thing that you have done, amongst other things, of course, which he's tackling here. Good to see him. I think he said he's quite happy to come up at some stage over the next few days.
Well, it'd be nice. Yeah, it'd be nice to see him. Yeah, it'd be very welcome. Of course, played for both sides.
Yeah.
Trying to think if he played for anybody else. Not sure he did.
He was my captain for a little while. As Brown faces Abbott, that's straighter, and Brown's in behind that one.
And bbcessexcricket@gmail.com and at Solent Sport on social media, good contact points for us. And Paul's been in touch and says, good morning, great to see Essex back after the rerun in the T20. Let's hope for a great start for the boys and an Essex win. Where is Jamie Porter? Have a great day. Thanks, Paul. I think he sustained an injury, looking at the website, in the Somerset game last Sunday. I'm going to just check that out. I think it's a hamstring. It's unfortunate.
Fortunate for Essex, fortunate for Hampshire. He's always done. Oh, that's bounced. Good leave, but a good line from Abbott. That's 2 overs gone here. Essex, having won the toss, are 3 without loss. Brown yet to get off the mark. Cook has just the single. Yeah, I've seen Jamie Porter take a hatful of wickets here against Hampshire. I think if I was a batter here, I'd be more than happy that he wasn't in the team.
Yeah, correction, it was the second 11. He hasn't played in the T20, my mistake. It was the second 11 fixture where he sustained the hamstring injury. Matt Critchley still has a knee injury. He sustained, that's where Somerset came in. It was Critchley who sustained a knee injury against Somerset, not Porter sustaining an injury against Somerset. But actually, Essex went away rather injured against Somerset because the two T20 games against Somerset were very one-sided in Somerset's favour. But of course, if Essex win at Hove on Friday, or Hampshire beat Gloucestershire at the Aegeus, Essex will qualify on Friday night for the quarters. Here's Barker bowling to Cook, and that's played back down the pitch, and there is no run. I think the tense stuff is going to be in the Northern group, where Notts are desperately trying to get up to 15 points, and the 3 sides on 16 already. And and one or two of the less likely names as well. It's been a very interesting Northern group this year. Worcestershire have not been very good. That's one thing we can say.
They look the worst side in the competition this year, don't they?
Yes, bizarre choice of TV game. It looked like a good local derby, and I think the Birmingham Bears won by 140 runs. This is PLWW, good shout. Barker there getting wanted to cut back into Cook, and that was a good concerted shout. Might have been outside the line, but it's a good shout.
It was a good shout. It wasn't a long way forward.
No. Barker looking as though he got some early movement going for him here.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. He's bowling the far end as we look, because he might just have got a fraction outside the line. Just watching it on the.
That was my first thought. It was a pretty good shout otherwise.
Yeah. But he does look to angle it away from the left-hander, and does get the odd one to come back in as well.
That one might have just done that, as that's a delivery which is too far outside leg stump. I think he was trying for something similar there, and just got the line slightly wrong. So Cook, who's been in very good form recently in the commentary box, it's hard to say what of course his current first-class form is, because he hasn't played for a while, but he's been very good value as ever. And well, I don't think he did the second day of the game, but that was one of the most extraordinary days of Test cricket. I think day 2 you'll ever see. Absolutely amazing. 4 slips and 4 saving 1, and on the drive Cook sends it away for 4, just back of the square on the offside, slightly over pitched, and he launched into that. That was a lovely shot, so that will get him going. And this is potentially a really good battle here with Abbott and Barker against this Essex top order. Could be a really good day's cricket.
Yeah, if you're watching on the live picture feed, you'll see that ball was quite wide, delivered there from Barker. I mean, from the Hayes close end, it's quite interesting, because I think he's bowling that end. I mean, normally you would expect him to be bowling at the pavilion end, because there's a slight incline towards the pavilion, and it would help the ball coming in. But I think he's that end, because that will actually help the ball that nips back to the left-hander, which actually might be the more dangerous ball.
Yeah. Of course, 2 left-handers for him to deal with at this point. But as I say, what an extraordinary campaign it's been for him again. So Barker bowls, and this is played up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And I think there are still people at Edgbaston wondering how on earth they let him go, and particularly when Liam Norwell got injured, because Warwickshire looked a good side when they beat Essex in mid-April, and they really struggled with their bowling for much of the time ever since. And again they must have been wondering, if only we still had Keith Barker, who of course won a championship with Warwickshire way back.
40-odd wickets last year.
4 slips waiting, and this time Cook just comes forward defensively and plays up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So, yeah, 3 interesting overs, just the one slightly wide over pitch ball, which is put away for 4. Other than that, it's been very accurate. I noticed that Kent have rather bravely chosen to field at the Oval against leaders Surrey. Unless that's a wicket that's not what you expect at the Oval, that could be quite brave, but we'll see how they get on.
That was the mistake we made, second game of the season, and got hammered and didn't play well from ball 1 to the last ball of the game.
7 for no wicket after 3 overs. Essex won the toss and chose to bat on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent via the BBC Sport website and app.
But round the wicket to Nick Brown, and that's full. Brown drives solidly, but only as far as Brad Wheel at mid-off, and there's no run. How's Nick Brown done this year? He's got 100 already, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, there's still the thought that I think before the last game at Old Trafford, there was a thought that Essex might take the move, which I know Mark Churchill, our colleague from BBC London, said he thought would be quite good, of Walter going back to open the innings. But he got runs last time out, Brown.
Here's Abbott round the wicket again. Brown pushing forward to a length ball.
So he's averaging 29, which is a touch disappointing with that 100 and 250s, and he's just coming up to 300 runs. When he gets to 4, he'll have his 300 runs for the championship season. Cook averaging 53 with 300s and a 50, very much par for the course. Interestingly, their high scores for the season are both exactly the same, 107.
Well, from a Hampshire point of view, I hope they get nowhere near. Here comes Abbott again and bowls. Oh, he's probably playing inside the line, but that was asking the question there from Abbott as it went through to Brown.
And if you sort of discount, of course, the thing that has to be said, of course, the pitches here have been very flat, and it certainly wasn't at Taunton, where Essex, I think the winning score in the end was 84 for 9 in the final innings. And Edgbaston was a pretty good batting wicket, but Essex, as they did last year, collapsed there and never recovered.
Abbott's in again then. Still got 3 slips, no gully at the moment as Brown pushes forward. Trickles up towards mid-on.
So a feeling, Kevin, that Essex have rather underachieved in the championship, but the balance of the pitches here has not been quite right. It's not been quite enough for the Essex bowlers, particularly Simon Harmer. But all the significant action being away from home, and that victory at Old Trafford was very good. It could be one that in the end helps either Surrey or Hampshire considerably.
Yeah, I can remember the pitches being flat here years ago. Here's Abbott, bowls, and Brown. Bowled! Leaving that one alone. It may just have clipped the bat as he tried to take it out of the way, but Abbott has claimed Brown. He's gone, and he hasn't got off the mark here. 14 balls he faced, and Essex are 7 for 1.
Yeah, disappointment for Nick Brown. I say, he did get some runs last time out, but just overall, I think a touch disappointment for him in terms of how this season has gone. And of course, he's had quite a long layoff in terms of playing first team cricket, and same for Alistair Cook, of course, but it must be always quite difficult to come back in and readjust, and you need time. 71 he got at Old Trafford. That was a very, very important knock, but didn't manage to get going here. And to say this looks as though it's going to be really intriguing morning's cricket, because Hampshire, even without Mohammed Abbas, still plenty of wickets and plenty of potency in this opening bowling attack. And then of course they've got Brad Wheel, and they've got James Fuller to come, and actually quite a lot of other bowling options if they need them. But yeah, that one, just, I think, as you say, it might just have taken the bat on the way through, Kevin.
I'm not sure. I watched it again on the replay on the live picture feed. I'm not sure it did. I think what's done him is that we all know, and we all watch him a lot, is that when Abbott's round the wicket, the angle of the ball obviously is coming into left-hander, but more often than not it pitches and it straightens. And I think Brown there was in 2 minds whether to play it. I think he thought that, that might just straighten on me, so I better not play at that one. And actually, if anything, the ball's followed him a little bit, and it's actually, I wouldn't say it's coming off the seam to the left-hander, but it's certainly shaping that way. And I think it's just one of those where, Abbott doesn't always bowl balls like that. It's mainly to the right-hander nip backers, to the left-handers nipper away. But that one's actually come all the way in with the arm, and I think Brown's just been caught in 2 minds.
Tom Wesley, who was in the did not bat column for Essex on Friday night. He wasn't used as a batsman, took a blinding catch, mind you, at short fine leg. And how's he going to go here? He's been used as a finisher in the T20. Back to his number 3 here.
Right-hander, still got 3 slips, and Abbott's over the wicket this time, and that's a good carry as it always is here, but a little wider off stump, and that's the end of the over. So Abbott picks up the first wicket of the game. Essex 7 for 1, 5 to Nick Cook. Yeah, I'm just having a look at Wesley's average, 29. He'll be a little bit disappointed because career-wise, he's in the mid-30s, isn't he? So he's a little bit down.
Now, a note to self to remember later on. The Essex crowd, I think, are known for their humour. And it wouldn't surprise me if there are some people with long memories here. And when Kyle Abbott comes out to bat, it wouldn't surprise me if he got a standing ovation all the way to the middle, because that memory will be of his last appearance here, which was in the last appearance he made of significance for Essex, which was actually the Hampshire-Somerset game, where he took 17 wickets and effectively won Exeter Championship because it rained at Taunton. So that would be a moment of humour if anyone in the crowd decided to do that, everyone would suddenly then twig, oh, that's why they're doing it, and all join in.
He was the Essex Player of the Year, wasn't he, or something?
A month,
wasn't
not
he?
quite the year,
A bit of a
but
joke.
yes.
At the end of season awards.
Here comes Barker bowling to Cook. 3 steps on a gully now, and Cook comes forward, just covering up and plays defensively up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Nice shape on that delivery. Nicely played by Cook, but shape away from the left-hander.
2 of those centuries for Cook in the same game against Yorkshire. One of them in a situation where the game, was just petering out, but he still made a point of getting another 100, 107 and 102 not out for Alistair Cook in that game, and 100 in the opener against Kent, which was his first knock of the season. As here he takes strike and goes on the drive, but not quite off the middle of the bat, goes towards mid-wicket, and yeah, that one not entirely middle, but went to mid-wicket, stopped to his right, and in the end there's no run. It's 7 for 1. We haven't had a run for a while.
No, it's accurate stuff, isn't it? I mean, this has been Hampshire's game this year, and you can imagine with Abbas in the attack as well, that what they've done very well this year is that all the seamers have just kept it there or thereabouts the whole time, and even if they go periods without taking a wicket, runs don't flow.
As Barker bowls, and that delivery is outside the off stump, and Cook makes a late decision to leave it alone. Yes, for me, the only sort of weakness, I think, looking on is perhaps the opening batsmen who are there because they also offer a bowling option. Maybe Joe Weatherly, maybe a little bit unlucky not to be playing.
Yeah, I think, well, he got injured a few weeks ago, missed a game or two, and then got ill. So I think just the fact that he was out the side for a couple of games and a game or so that, others got in. Felix Organ got 100.
Yes, Barker bowls, and on the pads, Cook just works it wide of mid-wicket. Still can't get a run, though. And he remains there on 5. One very nice stroke through the covers. There was a no ball, and there'll be one more extra as well. So 7 for 1. It's been a very quiet start for Essex, who won the toss and chosen to bat against second-placed Hampshire. And if Hampshire were to win this game, they're probably going to assume that Surrey will find a way of beating Kent at the Oval. But my word, as Barker bowls and with an angle back to Cook. Oh, Wesley wants a run, it's not there. And Cook has no interest, it's just angled down to backward point.
It's interesting because Wesley knows that Cook's looking to get off the mark. And I think Wesley was expecting to run there because he knows Cook wants to get off the mark. But Cook wasn't watching him. He was just watching the ball and watching the fielder.
That's right, so interesting. I don't want to run out at this stage. But certainly if Hampshire were to win this game, it would certainly, at the very least, very much let Surrey know that they're there and could be there for the duration of the season. 7 for 1. As Cook digs this out and plays up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Of course, I personally don't think there's any way. Some people, 1 or 2 people, slightly pessimistically before the Old Trafford match, were talking about Essex being more worried about relegation than winning the championship. But no, there's just too much quality. It's just a question of 51 points behind with a game in hand. They need to win this game. They need to win at the Oval, and then maybe 30 points off the pace, see where they are. And Essex do put runs together, and just could become a part of the equation, but it's a long way off. 7 for 1 after 5 pretty good overs.
Yeah, and I think actually it was an important toss to win. If this wicket plays anything like the wickets you've had here already this season, then the side that gets a big total first innings is going to basically control the game. Here's Abbott over the wicket to Wesley. Wesley forward, past the bowler, but fielded at mid-off by Brad Wheel. The only thing is that the last game at the Aegeus against Yorkshire actually made 428 and still lost. So yeah, it's not always the case, but a side that gets 400 in the first innings it's very difficult for the opposition.
It was, for me, that game very similar to a test match at Trent Bridge, except all the scores were 100 runs lower. It's very, very similar sort of setup to the game.
I agree. Abbott again to Wesley, another length ball which comes back. Wesley gets most of the bat on that one as it goes out towards mid-off.
I think Essex, the type of pitch they probably wouldn't have wanted against Hampshire, even more so if Abbas had been playing, but without Porter, even with Cook, would have been a pitch of the sort we've had for the last 2 or 3 years, because this Hampshire attack, I think, would have revelled in that.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But as I say, I mean, Hampshire's record up here, no matter what side they've brought up here, is just poor. Here's Abbott and bowls, wrapped on the pad. I think that's going down the leg side because Wesley was trying to whip that away through mid-wicket. No one out, says Martin Saggers, the umpire.
There was a period, and we'll look this up.
Saggers descent?
I think yes, I believe there was a period where the sides didn't play each other much in Championship cricket. In fact, they haven't, for, I think, certainly the first half of the century. I remember there was one year, I think it was 2004, where both sides won away from home, and Andre Adams got either a hat-trick or 3 and 4 balls, and that was where it was Irani against the late Shane Warne.
Roddy Irani.
Yes, that's right.
Where is he now? Next ball, that's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Thank you very much. The food vouchers have arrived. I could relax.
Yes, I remember them having. They had a lively discussion at the end of play on the field. I think Irani was pointing at the scoreboard. It was a match in which Will Jefferson got a double 100. I just remember. Well, there weren't many games between the two sides in that period. No. But we'll have a look at a little bit at the history as the day goes on. But as you say, generally speaking, Kevin, it's good for Hampshire at the Aegeus and not good for Essex here.
Yes, it is. Abbott's over the wicket to Wesley once more, and Wesley forward to another good length delivery, half fielded by Abbott on that occasion. Will Jefferson, I remember him, one of the tallest men in county cricket at the time, wasn't he?
Yes, I think Essex made something like 400 of them a day. I think they probably bowled out, but I think Jefferson got a double. That was the game he got a double 100 in. Might even have been 222 from memory, but I'll look it up. And yeah, he was a bit of a lost talent in the end. A very, very tall man, fine stroke player, and in the end, perhaps didn't go on to have quite the fulfilling career he might have done.
Abbott again runs away from us, and Wesley again gets another accurate delivery, which he just pushes up to mid-on, fielded by Keith Barker. That's the end of over number 6 here in Chelmsford this morning, and Essex, having won the toss, are 7 for 1.
Hadn't scored a run for some time, and it was Nick Brown who was out bowled by Kyle Abbott for a duck. One very nice 4 from Alistair Cook to an over-pitch delivery, but signs are that this is going to be quite hard work for Essex. They just need to get themselves established, see off the new ball bowlers. There's still plenty of bowling talent there for Hampshire, but what they must do, of course, is avoid an early clatter of wickets, which would really play into the visitors' hands. 3 slips and a gully as Barker bowls. Oh, and that little bit of movement there as Cook is coming forward and just traps the ball back down the pitch. But again, maybe just a hint of movement back into a left-hander. Cook being very watchful just at the moment.
Yeah, it's good, accurate stuff, and a bit, as you say, Barker's getting a bit of swing as well, which is really handy.
Yeah, that certainly is helping the cause. As Barker from the Hayes close end, with a point in the mid-off and a mid-on and a mid-wicket, and 3 slips in the gully, bowls to Cook, who plays it up towards mid-off. There'll be a fine leg out of our side in front of the Tom Pearce stand. But I suppose Hampshire's momentum coming into this game after a very ordinary start to a T20. They're used to winning games, and of course that Yorkshire win would have been that was in a round of matches that Essex didn't play in, which didn't go their way because I think Lancashire won, Surrey won, and Hampshire won. Barker up to the wicket, bowls, and just back of a length, and Cook is able to leave it on basically on height, and it goes through. There's no run, so yeah, it's see Ben Brown there behind the stumps. He's had a pretty good impact, hasn't he? Solid player.
Good.
In the middle order.
And average is 40 with the bat. I mean, how many players come on the market that average 40? And he's a good keeper as well with it. I mean, he'd be mad letting a bloke like that go.
Barker bowls and it's played into the offside. There's no. It's one of those occasions actually where it's worked out well for everybody, because Tom Alsop has done well with his, with Sussex, which has been good to see. And I remember him playing a major hand in a Lord's final for Essex a few years ago. I think he got a big score, a pretty decent score in that. And, but it's turned out that they've been able to do okay without him. I was slightly surprised when he went, but all these decisions are carefully weighed up. And that's all edged, and it's caught. That's a fine catch, and it was a ball that just drew him into the stroke and taken, I think, its second slip just away to his right. But that's problems for Essex now. 7 for 2, and critically, well, he can't get that much of a bigger wicket. It's Ian Holland who's taken the catch, and it was nicely judged as well. Had to react quite late. 7 for 2 in the 7th over. Tells the story of this first half hour. Apart from one over pitch ball which Cook drove for 4, it's been all Hampshire.
Yeah, well, he's been threatening that, hasn't he, Keith Barker, with a swing that he's getting. It just bounced a bit and just hit high up the bat there of Alistair Cook. And I have to say, if you get Alistair Cook out early, there will be a huge sigh of relief out there in the middle from the Hampshire players, because, as we know, over the years, once he gets in, he don't give it away.
I think Holland's at third slip, isn't he? Took it in front of second in the end, so yeah, that's fine. So very, very interesting. Now, Paul, you're saying that the scorecard's not at the bottom of the green screen on the live feed. Unfortunately, we're not on the. I think it just having a look. We've got a picture of a live feed now. So hopefully everything looks pretty much as normal now. So anyway, hope if you're watching on the live feed that you're enjoying that, listening to us. And thanks, Elicitano, for. Well, actually, I know Kevin doesn't get many nice applauds. You know, nice credits when he's here, but he said the return of the best commentary team, which must mean you. So that's good, because you don't often get nice things said about you.
I don't. Oh, very
and
rarely.
there's Dick to come, so there we go.
He probably means Dick, really. He's waiting for Dick to come in.
And he said, looking forward to seeing Mr. Pepper back and how many partnerships Mr. Beard can break. And I'm looking forward to seeing Michael Pepper. I have a slight feeling I might be seeing Michael Pepper a bit earlier than Essex fans would like to. And nice to see 2 ex-Essex players in the visiting team, of course, Dawson and the man of the month, Carl Abbott.
Yes.
Yes. Now, this is really, really interesting. Dan Lawrence, who you feel at the moment is a million miles away from the England side, unless people get injured, can he make an eye-catching score here at 7 for 2 in the 7th over as Barker bowls to him? Oh, it's a beauty. Pitches and leaves him outside the off stump. Tell you what, the Essex supporters here thinking, that's interesting. Hampshire, 2nd place, 3 points off the pace. How have they done that? They're not normally very good here. They've got the answer in 28 minutes. 7 for 2. And it's all Hampshire at the moment, with Brown and Cook both out to Abbott and to Barker respectively.
Yeah, it's all very well being great in 28 minutes, but they need to be great in about 2.5 days. But that's
it could be a 2.5 day game. Yes,
it might be. But you know, there's a little bit out there. There's no doubt about it. Hampshire have got to make the most of it. You know, before lunch. It's quite interesting, wasn't it? 12 minutes between those 2 wickets, and yet Essex never scored a run. So they went from 7 without loss to 7 for 2.
So 2 men on naught. Lawrence at the non-striker's end. Wesley has strike and leaves alone outside the off stump to Abbott. So Essex supporters will be thinking, well, now what's left? There's no Mohammed Abbas, small mercies. But James Fuller's had a pretty good season, hasn't he? I mean, he's all-rounder, plays quite an important role for Hampshire in that respect.
He's been a revelation. He really has. Absolutely.
Really come on this season, has he? Yeah. We'll have another chat about James Fuller actually, but when we see him bowl, obviously, which probably will be when Kevin's next back with us. And this is just played defensively up into the offside. Just hearing actually that so Dick might need to make a call, because apparently we stopped broadcasting online. I think we are still going out on the web, but I wonder if Dick can just make a call before he comes in, just to check that we are still broadcasting online. So we've just had that message come through. Thanks for that, Michael. So we just need to check whether we are still going out online, and Dick can make a call and just check that for us before he comes in. As here is good delivery from Abbott, which thuds into the pads of the right-handed Wesley. And might have been bat onto pad there, but a long time since we saw a run. So we're just I'll try and check at the end of this over actually if we are going out online, but if anybody else can let us know. We are back. Thank you very much, Michael. I was just a bit concerned that we weren't being heard online. I know we're going out via the web feed, but it's always nice to know that we are being heard, both because everyone obviously can watch the web feed. 3 slips waiting and 5 saving 1, and that's just flicked round the corner down to fine leg for a single. Morning, Dick, and this has been very good from Hampshire.
Has indeed, yes. Good morning, Nick. Good morning, viewers. Good morning, listeners. Good morning, everybody. Yes, a splendid first half hour for Hampshire, obviously, and very, very tricky batting, so it seems. So Essex have got a big job on their hands for the rest of the day. Well, hopefully for the rest of the day that they'll be at the wicket.
Can Dan Lawrence, who was so good at Old Trafford, play such a critical part in that victory? Of course, beset by injury.
That was where he sustained his injury.
Yes, and basically been out of a T20 until a couple of games ago.
Yes.
But such has been the nature of the Essex fixture list, he hasn't missed a Ford Hay game, which is almost unbelievable to think about. 8 for 2, he now has the strike after that run, and this is played up into the offside, head over the ball, goes up to mid-off, and there's no run. So we have a run for Tom Wesley from that last delivery. Now Dan Lawrence has the strike, and clearly Essex need a bit of a partnership here. They've got Walter, and they've got Michael Pepper, who's tended to be, just from what I can remember about him, he's done better away from home than at Chelmsford in his championship games so far, particularly at Durham, of course. And Adam Rossington. Here's Kyle Abbott, 3 slips, 5 saving 1, bowls, that's outside the off stump, and just for raising the bat there, Lawrence leaves it alone. But Brown was out very early on, didn't get off the mark, and was bowled by Abbott, and then Cook just drawn into playing at 1 from Barker, which he could only edge, and it was taken by Ian Holland at 3rd slip, coming in cross in front of 2nd, and that obviously a very big breakthrough for Hampshire to have got. And if they can get, they'll feel if they can get Lawrence out quickly now, then they really are in the box seats. 8 for 2 after 8 overs. That tells its own story. Wesley 1 and Lawrence no score.
And unsurprisingly, Barker to continue from the Hayes Close end, the opposite end to that from which we commentate, on this very, very pleasant early summer day, and ideal for watching cricket. Not too warm, not cold at all, quite breezy admittedly. And Barker moves in now. Longish straight run, left arm round the wicket, bowls, and playing very late, almost attempting to take the bat away. It's just guided down to backward of square on the offside for a single.
So Carl for Keith Barker, 32 wickets now at an average of 18.4. It's a tremendous season for him, and you add his credentials with the bat as well.
Yes, wasn't he also? Isn't he the chap who was also a pro footballer for a short while?
Yes, he might have been. Yeah.
Yes.
Look him up.
I think so. And that one just played round the corner for certainly 1. They'll think about a second. Indeed, they can come back for a second quite comfortably out to backward square leg, a little bit more than halfway towards the boundary. And,
yes. Blackburn Rovers, then Rochdale, and then Northwich Victoria, before he was 21. Then decided he wasn't going to make it as a footballer. He must have been involved with Blackburn around about the time that they were one of the top teams in the country.
Yes, the live feed has just gone from our screen. Kevin's and that's allowed to go through the wicketkeeper. And well, we might be back on our live screen. So anyway, enough of our problems. I'm sure the viewers are getting the live stream okay.
He's the godson of the former West Indies captain and great Clive Lloyd.
Oh, is he?
And he shares the middle name of Hubert with
right.
With Clive.
Moves in now, round the wicket, and allowed to go through the wicketkeeper. Lawrence went onto his front foot, but then lifted the bat out of the way and went through to the keeper, who has 3 slips and a gully keeping him company. Then there's a point, a mid-off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the off, and on the on there's a mid-on forward square leg and a long leg down towards the sight screen. As Barker moves in again. Bowls. Oh, and he got a little bit of lift there. Admittedly, the lift was more or less as or after the ball passed the outside of Wesley's bat, so it was never any risk. And He had no intention of playing it anyway.
Keith Barker on 32 wickets. Second in the list, Mohammed Abbas, not playing in this game, also of Hampshire, and Craig Overton, also on 26.
And next delivery, again short of a length outside the off stump, but again goes through to the keeper. So still having a bit of trouble with our own TV and monitor and live screen.
Ah, we've got a picture anyway.
Well, yes, we had a picture. Little
What's it of? It
at the
looks like
moment.
it's a Formula smooth mark, a Formula One circuit in a very far-flung place.
Yes, quite. Well, if Kevin can't get it going, nobody can, because he rigged up this wonderful system whereby we can even get the screen onto the desk, but no, well, we'll have to call for help at the tea and lunch interval.
So it's going to be Carl Abbott at 11 for 2 with Brown and Cook out, with 3 slips now waiting as Wesley on the drive sends it up towards cover and there's no run. So yeah, it's very, very good so far from Hampshire. They've just a 1-4 ball that Cook put away, but you know, just been a very good bowling performance from these two, as you would expect. And I say, it's a relief for Essex. They don't have Mohammed Abbas to deal with, otherwise they would have had the 3 of them. I think bowling pretty much uninterrupted between them all morning. 3 slips waiting. As here, Wesley just comes forward and plays it up into the offside, and so he didn't get a bat on Friday night, Tom Wesley. It was bizarre to see Aaron Beard coming in ahead of Tom Wesley in the T20 match, but I think they wanted to, obviously, Simon Harmer came in ahead of him first, and he still didn't get a bat after that, but back in his normal role at number 3, where I'm sure he's quite happy to be in the championship.
Essex have a, I think I can use the adverb, surprisingly good record against Surrey in one-day competitions.
Yeah, as this is played up into the offside, and there's no, and it was ironic on Friday night because I was talking to Mark Church, our BBC London colleague, about, are Surrey really going to be motivated? They're so far clear,
Well,
yeah, they haven't got the home tie yet, but they've got bags of time to get it. And I think the feeling was that the crowd was so partisan, but it helped to motivate Surrey. But in fact, Essex was still too good. It was a tremendous performance.
Yes.
And again, marvellous ground fielding and catching. Abbott up to the wicket, and it's played defensively up to the offside, and there's no run. Just a reminder, of course, that actually Dick, you'll be part of the commentary team for the next game, which is at Hove. I think it's on Friday night, isn't it?
It is indeed.
And if Essex were to win that game against Sussex, they will qualify. But even if they lose it, if Hampshire beat Gloucestershire at the Aegeus Bowl, then it basically settles the whole thing in terms of the 4 qualifiers being Surrey, Hampshire, Somerset and Essex. So Abbott again up to the wicket, bowls. It's just outside the off stump, and arms raised from Wesley, leaves it alone. And of course Hampshire themselves with 7 wins out of 8, and that was a couple of really big wins for them during the week. A spectacular win at Taunton from a pretty hopeless position, and then, as often the case at Bristol, pretty tight affair, but got over the line, keep this winning momentum going, which both sides have got at the moment. It's unusual you get 2 sides playing each other who are both used to winning matches over quite a long period of time. 11 for 2, just that one aberration recently for Essex against Somerset, and that's left alone outside the off stump. So well, still suspicious about late movement, these two, but at the moment they're doing exactly what you'd expect. They're not taking the Ben Stokes approach, well, let's still go hell for leather and risk being 50 for 6. They're taking the more traditional approach, and that has to be right to Dick against the quality of this bowling. Try and see these 2 off. 10 overs gone, 11 for 2, 2 apiece to Wesley and to Dan Lawrence.
Yes, discretion is often the better part of valour. I wonder if Stokes thought that when he was out as well, because, okay, he was going well, but the way he holed out to mid-off seemed, well, a little bit irresponsible to me, but I know it's the modern way of playing, apparently. Dull it isn't, as Barker moves in from the far end, the Hayes close end bowls, but again that's allowed to go by outside the off stump by Lawrence.
Interestingly, Ben Folkes who had a stiff back yesterday, has got COVID today, so he's now out of the Test match, and Sam Billings has been drafted in. And the 6th wicket pair of New Zealand, who've already put on over 600 runs between them. This series are still together, 184 for 5. So if they can have one of their 200 partnerships, Dick, it might make it interesting.
Yes. As Barker moves in again. Bowls. Again outside the off stump, again a little bit of lift. Yes, if England go on and win this series 3-0, I think that will rather flatter England and doesn't do justice to New Zealand, who I think have played exceptionally well, and they seem like a splendid bunch of blokes as well. So I think they can count them. Maybe 2-1 would be a fairer reflection upon the series as a whole. So I won't mind a jot if New Zealand win this final test, personally. Well, that's got rather nasty lift there. The other times the ball's been lifting, it's been outside the off stump and hasn't inconvenienced Lawrence or indeed Wesley at all, but that one was better directed and still reared up a little bit, which is a little bit disturbing at 11:45, not even that, 20 to 12 on the first day.
I think I agree with you, Dick. I have a feeling one of the features of the series of New Zealand have kept letting England off the hook when they really had them.
Yes, quite. As that's played out on the onside, no addition to the score. Yes, I mean, that was demonstrating, what were they, 60 for 6 or something like that?
Yeah, that's a good idea. And at Trent Bridge, I think it was something like 400 for 4, and they should have been getting 650, and that would have changed that game completely. The other thing I would say is that England, with this positive approach, have somehow sort of spooked New Zealand to the extent that they've done what England have often done and made the wrong team selections, and I'll come back to that in a second.
As Barker moves in again and bowls, and again it's outside the off stump, and Lawrence has the luxury of just allowing it to go through to the wicketkeeper.
So they needed Neil Wagner at Trent Bridge on that fast pitch just to do something different, and they needed Patel, the left-arm spinner, on this one, and so they've actually fallen into England's trap of picking the wrong, often picking for a better side for what would have been the previous game than the one that's actually playing. That's what England tended to do.
Yes. Barker to Lawrence, who plays that solidly, firmly, but non-productively, straight back to the bowler. The end of the over, Essex, having won the toss and chosen to bat, have lost 2 wickets already, and they are 11 for 2 with both openers having gone.
And so I thought Friday was one of the most extraordinary days of Test cricket you'll ever see, with those 3 distinct phases of play. The morning session, in which, to be honest, again, England rather got away with some odd tactics against Southey and Mitchell. Got Mitchell out just before lunch. The afternoon, which belonged to Trent Boult, and then of course the evening that belonged to Bairstow and Overton. Now that really was worth a highlights package. Absolutely fantastic day, and I must admit it's given the Test summer some momentum. And although personally I feel, Dick, this Test match against India should not be taking place, because what it does is congests the season for the all-format players, so they're not getting any sort of a rest at all. The fact is that we'll be going into that Test match with a lot of momentum behind the cricketing summer, which is no bad thing. Brad Wheel has come on for Carl Abbott, comes in from the river end and bowls a little bit of bounce there, and that's just played off the back foot comfortably enough by Wesley. Wesley and Lawrence very cautious, and I think Lawrence, for me, you know, he's been out injured, and he'll know that Harry Brooks ahead of him. He'll clearly know that Johnny Bairstow is a long way ahead of him now, and Ollie Pope, although you still question Ollie Pope at 3 when the ball's doing something, which it wasn't at Trent Bridge. Obviously he's got 100 there, so it's going to need injuries to get Dan Lawrence back into the England equation, as this is punched away nicely away for at least a couple of runs. Maybe a bit of a pressure release with Carl Abbott coming off, because there weren't many deliveries like that from Abbott. It was just sort of on the pads and allowed Westy to get into line and play it away out towards the deep square leg for 2. Fine leg running round completes the fielding, and the score moves along to 13 for 2. And we're in the 12th over, and Wesley has 4.
Well, I'm very glad that England are playing India in the Test match. I think it's the very least they can do. India ran the gauntlet of COVID and went to a lot of time and trouble and effort and no little risk last summer.
Wheel bowls. This is played with an angle bat down towards third man. There's going to be another 2 here. And so Essex starting to get moving here against Brad Wheel, who just hasn't quite got, in that case it was his his length and previously his line. So a little bit of a pressure release. No, I just didn't like the way they just backed out about last test match at the last minute, probably to do with the IPL. But I mean, there's a lot of conjecture about why that happened. But if you've got tickets for a test match and suddenly it's not happening, it's just very disappointing. 50 for 2.
Yes, I think to have India back playing was the very least they could do.
Yeah, so 3 slips and 5 saving 1, and that's played defensively back down the pitch. I have to say, Dick, my suspicion about tour matches has not been helped by that. I was thinking, oh, Leicestershire are doing well against India, and then I realised that half the Leicester side was India.
Yes.
And apparently we had players batting for both sides yesterday, so
yes,
really, tour matches, time to, unless we're going to play them properly, let's just consign them to history.
Yes, well, we've seen a few here, haven't we, in recent years, yes. But they become verging on the farcical, I better say.
2 slips in the gully, wheel bowls, and that's delivery, a little bit of bounce again, and Wesley looking to work it away off the back foot into the onside, but in the end, it doesn't go anywhere, and it's a mid-wicket running in to complete the fielding.
Which is very sad, because there was a time when the tourist match was the big match of the season, and now it's sort of shuttled off into some small corner with usually weakened sides put out by the hosting county, and yes, it becomes not much more than a practice match.
So wheel from the river end at 15 for 2 with Brown and Cook out bowls. That's over pitched again and driven away nicely. There is an indication here of a pressure release. Goes down to long leg for a single. So 2 twos and a single in the over. So certainly got Tom Wesley going. He's gone from 2 to 7 in the over. The strike with Lawrence, 16 for 2. And good morning to the Grumbler. Nice to hear from you. Hampshire seem to be real title contenders, but looking at their team, where are the potential England players? The Essex title-winning teams of 2017, 2019 and 2020 have only really brought through Lawrence. And you say Sam Cook, Porter, Brown and Wheater are considered good county players but not international. Wesley was very quickly tried and dismissed. Not being critical of this, but it shows that so often being a successful county side is incompatible with producing England players and vice versa, especially for the medium smaller counties and especially with the modern international schedules. Good point that, the Grumbler, because of course Surrey do have enough resource even with their England players gone. And yet it's considered to be the point of the county game, i.e. to produce England players. And you just say to mention that your newsletter, the County Cricket newsletter, which is excellent and certainly worth a mention.
Barker into Wesley, who gets a thick inside edge and then onto the pad, and it finishes up bouncing out square on the offside.
And the Grumbler will certainly give his opinions on that. He won't mention the 100 by name. It will be the competition that cannot be named. But
yes.
Thank you for that. And I tell you what, Grumbler, it's been a very good blast, I think, this year with generally good pitches, brackets Cardiff aside for the Essex game.
Parker again. Wesley goes forward solidly, plays it out to mid-off. Textbook defensive shot, head over the ball, just trickles out to mid-off.
And it's almost a case of 100 follow that, because I think it's been good entertainment. The North Group's been particularly interesting, with 1 or 2 of the less fancied sides doing well. And as I say, looks like the South Group may well know the qualifiers on Friday night.
And and that beats Wesley neck and crop. We haven't got the live stream up, so we can't see exactly what that did, but it certainly got the better of him, pushing forward defensively and went through the wicketkeeper.
So England contenders in the Essex side. Dick, obviously Lawrence has he's maybe just gone backwards a bit because of the injury and other people coming through, but Sam Cook in English conditions is still, for me, worth a go at some point.
As that's outside the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper. There seem to be so many good young cricketers around now, both with bat and ball. The selectors often get a bit of stick, but they don't have an easy job at all. Do we have selectors or selector now?
I think they've recreated the role of the official role of selector, which Chris Silverwood, who probably had far too much to do, was given the role of doing everything at one point, which probably didn't help him.
No. And Barker again. Oh, an appeal for LBW. Doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire. The ball then ballooned off the pad into the slips, but it was a fairly confident appeal.
Well, I was going to look at our screen to have a look at that, Dick, but I
Yeah,
know the
we
screen's
can't.
not on. So, but that looked a confident shout. It did move back into the right-handed Wesley, and Barker's still thinking about that one. That's maybe a bit of a bonus, because Vince has still got his hands on his head there at slip.
Might possibly have been a little high, perhaps.
Yeah.
Anyway, the umpire's decision is final, although you wouldn't always think so, the way some players behave nowadays. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicket keeper. Not that I was suggesting that was anything untoward at all. And yeah, talking about selectors, I can remember there was a time when, and it's not that long ago, when the selection panel used to include a couple of the county umpires, which I thought was an excellent idea, because to my mind, and we can only ever state our opinion, there's nobody in a better position and a more or less biased position to see than the umpires who go the rounds all year. They see everybody. You sometimes wonder actually if some of the selectors or even the so-called quality Sunday press ever actually watch county cricket. They just read statistics or whatever. But yeah, it always seemed to me a very good idea to have umpires on selection panels.
So it's going to be Wheel, 2 slips in the gully, bowls, and slightly awkward shot from Lawrence, but a typical one of his on the move, just a little flick of the bat, just playing it defensively, just back of the square on the offside, and there is no run. So Essex have got Michael Pepper and Aaron Beard in the side today. Jamie Porter, hamstring injury in a second 11 game, which is disappointing because he bowled so well, batted well as well actually, in that county select 11 game, which was here of course a few weeks ago, the only first class game that's been here for a good while. 2 slips and gully, and that's just played away up into the onside. Someone will email in and say it wasn't a first class game. You never know quite what is and what isn't at the moment, but you know what I mean. It's the only sort of proper 4-day game we've had here for quite some time. And he had a very good game, didn't he? I think he got was it 5 for 31 and 31 with a bat or something like that?
Yeah. Yes.
So a great shame, because he bowled superbly at Old Trafford, that he's not able to play in this game, and it's always frustrating when you get an injury in a second 11 game. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Oh, that's a very nice delivery. Appeal for caught behind out. Very, very good delivery that. It just pitched and left Lawrence, and he got an edge to it. He was drawn into the shot, and that really was a very, very good piece of bowling from Brad Wheel, who joins Barker and Abbott with an early wicket in proceedings here. And yeah, that one just pitched and just sort of seemed to draw him into the stroke, and disappointment for Dan Lawrence. I mean, he really will be disappointed with that. In the end, fairly comfortable catch for Ben Brown. But that's, you know, 2 really big guns out for Essex in this first hour, Dick. 16 for 3 and a long way back from here.
Very long way, yes.
I'd love to see the replay of that. But all I've got is what looks like a sort of a mystical Formula 1 circuit going down a long slope to the sea. That's the picture that we can see on the TV. It looks very interesting, but I'd much rather see the replay of that wicket.
Yes, quite. Well, as I say, hopefully we'll get somebody on the case, but I doubt if it'll be before lunchtime, really.
Yeah, well, just shows Hampshire have got the back up there. His first over actually wasn't great. Wheel, he overpitched a bit, and it looked like a pressure release. Now, interestingly, that's being given out as LBW now, because I was just thinking to myself, had that flicked the pad on the way through, and just seen that might have been corrected to LBW. It was shown as caught by Brown, but I think it's been corrected. So we're going to double check that for you. The ball basically looked to be sort of pretty much on the mark, and it just drew Lawrence into the stroke, but it may well have flicked the pad and been given out LBW, or hit the pad and then looked the bat and gone through to Brown. That might have been the reason for that, but we will, what it is, 16 for 3, that's the crucial thing. And we'll just confirm that for you in a moment, because we seem to have got a change in what's been officially recorded as the mode of dismissal. Walter is in to face Wheel, and that he just comes forward to and plays up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So there's still talk of Paul Walter being an opener. Well, he's coming in more or less in an opener's role here in the first hour with the score at 16 for 3. So did that just flick the pad on the way through and actually be adjudicated as LBW. It is now officially LBW in the book. So wheel bowls, and it's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. I must admit, when I was talking about it, I was just at the back of my mind, the sort of appeal that it was maybe a bit more for an LBW when a caught behind, but it was shown initially on the board as caught by Brown.
Yes,
Clearly went through to him, but it's obviously taken the pad first.
Yes, I agree. The appeal did seem to be not only unanimous, but just that split second before it landed in the keeper's gloves.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, the result is the same.
He's out one way or t'other.
16 for 3, and this time Walter will leave alone outside the off stump, but Hampshire really firing here. Now what a good over that was after a bit of a pressure release opener. He's really got on the mark there, and that's exactly what you want. A wicket maiden after your first over goes for 5 and wasn't particularly effective. He bowls a wicket maiden, and 16 for 3 it is, and that's 14 overs now, I think, so it's not getting any better from an Essex point of view. Michael back in touch with us. It's a sunny day at Chelmsford, and good to listen. Question marks over both openers. Not that many against Alistair Cook, I suppose, but do Essex need to develop another opener in the next year or two, perhaps a right-hand back like Josh Rymel, and with Cook developing a live outside cricket and Brown not being consistent, perhaps a changing of the guard is due. Get Dick's thoughts on that during this over.
Which is still to be bowled by Barker. Left arm round the wicket to the Essex captain. Oh, and that beats him outside the off stump as well, and Wesley goes down the wicket a pace or two.
And,
well, yes, I think Brown's first 11 form is very, very disappointing. He got a big and, by all accounts, very impressive 180 for the second 11 quite recently, and you'd have thought that would have built up his confidence, and he gets into, just goes up a notch, and suddenly it's all the old woes come back. Although, admittedly, having said that, that's just pushed out on the onside for a single, and moving the score on to 17 for 1.
Just I'm going to make way for Kevin, but I just wanted to say my contribution to that. There was talk before the Old Trafford game that he might not play and Walter might open, but he played really well there and set up the Essex innings. So I just wanted to recall that as for the defence, if you like.
Yes, quite. And right, so Walter, left-handed batsman. One of the many oddities about cricket is that batsmen are always referred to as left or right-handed, whereas bowlers are always referred to as left or right-armed. And left arm over the wicket now to the left-handed Walter, who, well, an attempt to bounce him, and since Walter is 6'8", I believe, then it's got to be really short and really venomous to inconvenience him too much, and he got out of the way of that one quite comfortably. As the score remains on 17 for 3 now, and Essex in more than a spot of bother already. Hampshire have a point added to their total for the season. Glorious day here, a goodish crowd, obviously a very good crowd in the members' enclosure, but pretty well supported but in the public as well. That's just played defensively, trickled out on the offside. Yes, I suppose it's not easy to judge these things, but the public enclosure is probably 20% full, something like that. Maybe that's a little bit optimistic. But yeah, a good crowd, and why wouldn't there be? It's a very pleasant day, perfect day for watching county cricket. I think Kevin's got everything in order now as Barker moves in and bowls to Walter, who's off the mark with a super clip off the toes for 4 through mid-wicket down to the second of the 2 scoreboards that we have here. That was a brilliant shot under any circumstances, but this morning, and for his first scoring shot, it was even more impressive, and probably, well, it hasn't got a lot to compare it with, but it was probably the shot of the morning, but that's not sort of unmitigated praise. Good morning, Kevin.
How are you? I just feel like I've just moved house, actually, in those few yards. The amount of stuff I've brought over.
Yes, quite.
It's easier moving here.
Anyway, all safely ensconced now in our bijou facilities, and that's just played defensively. Well, no, it's not. Well, it was played defensively, but it was played defensively and with authority and into a gap, so there was a single to be picked up on the offside, and Walter will retain the strike because it's the end of the over, and Essex move on to 22 for 3. Wesley on 8, Walter on 5.
Only the second boundary of the morning in that over. Alistair Cook with the only other boundary. It's this is typical Hampshire. The way that they've been performing this season. I'll take the Surrey game out of that at the Oval, second week of the season, but every other game, this is how Hampshire bowl. They try and squeeze the opposition, just bowl very boring really. And as you can already see, we've had just over an hour's play this morning and just 22 runs scored.
Yes, quite.
Brad Wheel round the wicket then to Walter. Walter on the back foot just steers that into the ground through the vacant gully position now. Running after that is Anarian Donald. He'll pick that up in front of the committee box there, isn't it? The committee will applaud it there.
Well,
the
yes,
committee over there? They are.
Well, Essex don't have a committee at the moment.
Oh, do they not?
But if they did, that's where they would be.
Yeah.
That was where they would take up residence. Yeah.
What's the story there then? They used to have a committee.
Oh, yeah, we won't go down that path.
Okay.
Well, the honest answer, which I find increasingly is the honest answer to a lot of my questions, is I don't know.
Left-hander Walter to face Wheel again. That's Fuller this time. Drives pleasantly into the covers. Fielded by Gubbins. The score is 24 for 3.
Well, they've had mass resignations from the committee, and an AGM has yet to be decided upon. But as anybody who follows cricket knows that there's apparently and allegedly all sorts of things going on behind the scenes at Essex. Notice how carefully, apparently and allegedly, dominate that sentence.
Yes, but you've left us all hanging. Playing a missing
because
outside.
Because I don't know.
Right. You've left us all hanging there with so many things that might possibly not is happening.
Yes, I know, but that's because I don't know either. And we do have the picture back.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that was thanks to Nick or coincidence. At the moment he sort of came towards it, it sprang back into action.
Nick, the technical guy.
Well, he couldn't have rigged up that thing on the windows like you could.
No, nobody could rig that up like that. Here comes Wheel. I'm not sure that's passing health and safety now. He doesn't play that particularly well there, Walter. Just sort of glanced it away on the leg side from about chest height. Just took the bottom hand off the bat as he did so, but he'll pick up a single.
You were talking about how well Hampshire have played this season, which indeed they have. I was watching on the box, was it Thursday of last week? No doubt you were there when they beat Somerset down at Yeovil.
Oh, I was there.
I thought that was a splendid performance. And also the Taunton crowd, to my mind, Essex used to be considered, well, maybe still is, somewhat intimidating on a Friday night, but I've found that the Taunton crowd can be, equally supportive, shall we say.
Wesley's forward there, gets one that bounces a little bit as it goes out on the leg side. Well,
I got the impression on the screen that they were, the local, probably cider-fueled crowd were very up with it for 80% of the game, and then suddenly went very, very quiet.
Well, yeah, I must admit, I didn't feel particularly threatened. I didn't feel...
Well, you're bigger than I am.
Well, I think they got into it because I think it was an exciting game. I mean,
yes.
we all know that it's quite a fast, high-scoring ground there for T20s, and Thursday night was no different. His Wheel, that's worked on the leg side pleasantly, and a throw there from Felix Organ to the bowler's end, and I think Paul Walter might have been in trouble there.
I think
he's on the floor trying to get back. So might have to see a replay of that, although the camera angle, of course, is not at an ideal angle. But let's just say it was close. 25 for 3.
Yes, indeed.
That over. But not for me to sort of steer anybody down the wrong direction in terms of their thoughts. But there was an article you may remember reading a few weeks ago where the chief executive at Somerset had said that he was very disappointed with the amount of ejections there had been at the ground in the first 3 T20 games. I think there was 13 people that had to be ejected from the ground. So far be it for me to put that out there and suggest that there's anything other than good behaviour at the ground.
Quite. And strong cider. As Barker moves in and bowls. And that's just played pleasantly and easily by Walter. Goes out to mid-on. No addition to the score of 25 for 3. Wesley and Walter each have 8 to their name, of 34 and 12 deliveries respectively.
No, it was a great game. Hampshire have only ever won 1 T20 game on that ground.
Have they?
Not that there was any games between the two sides on that ground till about 2010, but even so, it's not a ground that Hampshire go to and win.
Barker again, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Walter, who just plays that quietly, defensively, trickles out on the onside. Somebody was putting on social media that words to the effect, I don't pretend it's a verbatim quote, words to the effect that if Walter doesn't get the man of the match, man of the season award, then it'll be a travesty. Well, we're only just about halfway through the season. It's a little bit early to say so, to judge what's going to happen in the second half of the season. But certainly based on the first half, yes, he could not have done better in all forms of the game. And he pulls that round the corner, and there is a fielder down there, just as part of the pitch that we can't quite see, just below the Tom Pearce stand. So it's only a single that results. But yeah, a great deal of respect for Paul Walter, because he came into the club originally as a T20 player in the days when every club had what they called a pinch hitter. And Walter opened the batting with the freedom just to basically try and hit every ball out of the ground. Which, not that that's that difficult at a small ground like Chelmsford, but yeah, complete liberty just to swing his bat. And now he's adjusted his game, or he's been asked to adjust it totally. That's just played defensively by Wesley, back to the bowler, and done a very good job with it. He's become a good all-round cricketer.
I was going to say, I mean, I can't believe this is only his 4th first-class game this year. He's averaging, what, 67? And his overall first-class average is 40.
Yes.
You know, there are not too many people playing in this game, let alone around the country, that average 40.
No.
So he can obviously play at this level.
He can. Barker moves in again and bowls, and that's just pushed out on the onside. No addition to the score. Yes, learnt his trade at various clubs in the county, but predominantly Billericay. Well, talking of club cricket, I went to watch a splendid game of club cricket at Hadley, and they beat Colchester by 3 wickets in the last over of the match. And somewhat surprisingly, I went up in the bar after the game, and that's just played defensively. And we were talking as we do, played back to the bowler, about former players at the Hadley Cricket Club, of which I'm a social member, and used to play for them many decades ago. And they said, who was that chap who went down, and the opening quickie who went down, I think played for Hampshire? We came up with the name Malone. Does that mean anything to you?
Steve Malone?
Yes, Steve Malone.
Right arm, quick.
Yes.
Yes, did I play with him? I think I might have done, actually. Or did he play just before me at Hampshire? I can't remember, but yeah, quick bowler when he got it right.
Yes, he was certainly quick by club cricket standards. Oof, yes, as you say.
Yeah, didn't always get it right.
No.
But when he did, yeah, he was more than a handful. Here comes Wheel, bowls, length ball, and it's played late into the ground. That's racing down towards third man. Quite legitimate shot. And Walter will pick up a boundary, and the Essex total moves on to 26, is that? Or has that moved on to 30? It's 30 for 30. 3, and Walter moves on to 13. I've just got to make sure that I look in the right directions, because we've got about 6 screens in a porter cabin measuring 2 by 2, and it's just knowing which one is giving which information. So nicely played. Yeah, was that Hadley Wood or Hadley?
Hadley and Thundersley is the full name of the...
I'm thinking of Harold Wood or something.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of one or two clubs that I used to play in my young days. That's pulled away. Deliberate short delivery there from Will. The ball makes it away down towards fine leg. And Walter will move on to 14 now. 31 for 3, Essex. Yeah, a few places I used to play at. Hadley, I don't think Hadley was one.
No, well...
Nice ground?
Oh, very pleasant ground indeed. It's sort of between the 2 main roads that come into Southend, the A13 and the A127, but it's nestled away, and it's one of those grounds you'd hardly notice until you get there. It's a lovely little ground.
Sounds like you don't hear the Knicks behind them with all the noise, as that's pushed away on the leg side by
Wesley.
No,
it's not that good.
Past a diving Felix Organ, the ball makes its way out towards the pavilion away to our right. It won't make it all the way. And Wesley will pick up 2. He moves on to 10 now. Little flurry runs here for Essex. Hasn't been the easiest for him this morning. 33 for 3.
But very short straight boundaries there. I remember some years ago, some charity game they had, and Vivian Richards played there.
Ooh.
And I mean, you know, the way he just sort of drove it for 6, it was just, well, so simple for him.
I can imagine. Here's Brad Wheel then, right arm over, runs away from us and bowls. Length ball to Wesley, he just gets tucked up there a little bit as the ball bounces, comes back into him, works it out towards mid-wicket. So 3 wickets that have fallen this morning. Nick Brown for no score. That was off 14 deliveries. Alistair Cook for 5. That was off 21. And Dan Lawrence for 2 off 17 balls. All the batters have struggled to get going against some accurate Hampshire bowling here. Breezy and bright here in Chelmsford. As Wheel comes in again. There is a gully in there at the moment. 2 slips and a gully. There's a pleasant drive, but only as far as Abbott. Up to mid-off. Who's had one spell this morning. Kyle Abbott. And his spell this morning was 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2. The wicket of Brown bowled, not playing a shot. So you still, for people with Radio Essex, still go around the club scene every Saturday? Because you were doing that until recently.
No, we don't. We don't now have a Saturday afternoon.
Oh. Length ball is played back to the bowler by Wesley. End of the over, 33 for 3.
Summer programme. Instead, we have a shortened version of it called Around the Wicket for an hour on Wednesday evenings from 6 till 7, to which they invite me to contribute each week with my own, sometimes eccentric thoughts on the cricket at all levels, but from club cricket to county cricket, and I think I've even said the odd word or two about Test cricket, but yeah, so that's but it's very good. It is very good. Listen, it is between
if
6
you
and
say it yourself. Yeah.
Well, no, my bit is only about 5 or 10 minutes. That's very insignificant, but it's the rest of it is excellent. Well presented by Victoria Polly, and so yes, you can use my 5 or 6 minute piece if you like to go and make a cup of tea and just listen to the rest of it. It's not compulsory. As Barker moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively, trickles out on the onside. No addition to the score.
Another long opening spell from Barker here. Is into his 10th.
Well, yes, but he's only conceded 16 runs in that time.
Incredible.
Yeah.
He just keeps going. He's like the Duracell bunny. Other batteries available.
Yeah, well, yes. Are there? I didn't know there were nowadays. But we have to say it anyway. As Barker moves in and bowls. That again is played quietly and calmly, but it does produce a run out into the covers.
So 240 overs now for the season. His economy rate for the season is 2.5, so he's actually under that for this one. Currently, just under 2.
It never ceases to amaze me, or well, amaze is probably slight exaggeration. Surprise me how a change of club can make such a difference to a player. Maybe it coincides with the time when, you know, they were going to get better anyway. But I mean, he came from Warwickshire, didn't he?
Yep.
And was also, I believe, that's just nudged down towards third man, and it's a vacant third man position. So 4 more valuable runs, especially in the circumstances, go on to Essex's score, moving them on to 38 for 3. I mentioned it to Nick and he wasn't sure, but I have some thought at the back of my mind. Didn't Barker also have a year or two playing pro football? Oh yes, I think Nick did look it up. Yeah. Yes, he did. Yes.
I think
a smattering of clubs.
Victoria was one club I didn't realise.
Yeah, I think he said Northwich Victoria.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've done that. Sorry, listeners. As Barker moves in and bowls, and viewers, I keep forgetting that people can watch what we're doing as well.
Yes. That's
played out on the onside for another single. Cloud just temporarily covers the sun, but it's basically a pleasant summer day. Not a scorcher. June isn't busting out all over, but it's very, very pleasant for watching and playing cricket. It's ideal almost. I never liked playing cricket when it was too hot. I certainly didn't like playing it when it was too cold.
Not many days then.
Oh, that's a loud appeal for LBW, but I thought it sounded rather wooden to me, but no, it is signalled leg by, beg your pardon. And yeah, so one further run, a cruise. Essex now have 40 for 3.
Yeah, it may have been a fraction high. If you watch on the live picture feed, you'll see a replay.
Sorry.
I mean, that's all right. Yeah, he's playing it from fairly straight, but even, and we're not right behind the bowler's arm, but it didn't look right, did it? It didn't feel right.
We're just having another look.
No, I don't know, actually.
That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. In addition to the score, end of the over, and Essex, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are 40 for 3 with Wesley not out 15, Walter also not out 15, and there's still a lot of work to do to recover from what at best could be described as a disappointing start. Brown made a duck, Cook 5 and Lawrence 2 out to Abbott, Barker and Wheel respectively.
I've just watched it a couple of times actually. If you go on the YouTube site as well, you can sort of rewind it and rewind it. It's actually not a bad shout. It's a bit closer than I thought, because he's just come across his stumps a fraction and ripping across the line. So at the very least, it was worth a good shout.
Well, quite. So a change of bowling at this end, which Kevin will describe to you.
Yeah, it's Ian Holland, the right arm medium pacer. So we still haven't had any James Fuller as yet. He's been an absolute revelation for Hampshire in both the Championship and the T20s. But it's Ian Holland who does pick up some useful wickets. 9 wickets so far from him. He's only bowled 80 overs in the Championship. And, they have come at a cost of just 23 apiece, which is pretty handy. Comes in and bowls to the left-hander Walter, who edges that one straight away, and it's going quickly down to third man, and that'll be 4. Just pitched and just angled across the left-hander. And Walter will move on to 19, or has he already moved on to, 19, 44 for 3.
Yes, the least convincing of Walter's run-scoring shots, really. He's looked, if not in command, at least relatively comfortable up until then, but that certainly found the edge.
Yeah. Still shows us a bit there, isn't there, in the pitch?
Yes.
A little bit there. Barker's spell, by the way, because he bowled the whole time from the Hayes close end. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22. Wrapped on the pad there, Walter. Just down the leg side a little bit. That was pitching outside leg stump. Just looks as though he does like to flick the ball away on the leg side a lot.
Yes.
Walter, that's one thing I am noticing. I haven't seen him play a lot. 28 years of age, playing his 32nd first-class match. Quite a tall left-hander. Faces Holland, who runs away from us once more. Flicks that away up towards mid-on. That was slightly straighter.
Quite tall. 6'8", I would say, is tall.
Is he that? Well, of course, when he crouches down with his stance, he doesn't look quite so tall. 6'8".
In common with most of us, when they crouch down, he's not so high.
Yeah, that's true.
He's not as tall as a former Essex player, Will Jefferson, though.
Well, I was going to say, is there something in the water around here?
Yes, there is, actually.
It makes you sort of just get a bit taller than most. Here comes Holland again. It's fallen leg stump, and he gets wrapped on the pad there as it goes out behind square. There'll be a single. Takes the Essex total to 45 for 3. Can you imagine him one end, Jefferson the other?
Yes.
And I'm trying to think of somebody else that might have been tall. And well, it doesn't matter actually, because they'd be in the hutch. But those two batting out there, you'd feel a bit intimidated as a bowler, wouldn't you?
Yes. Well, I think Jefferson was the tallest
ever, was it?
Ever playing county cricket. You know, some people come up with some weird statistics sometimes, and I think somebody proved that he was the tallest player.
What if he had an extra long bat? Holland to Wesley this time. He just plays that out quietly on the onside. How tall was he? I wonder if I can find out.
Will Jefferson?
Yeah, do you know? Can you remember?
I think officially he was 6'9.5".
Oh, right.
But some say 6'10".
Right. Well, imagine, I tell you what, here you are, imagine Paul Walter at one end, Will Jefferson at the other, and Chris Tremlett bowling at them.
Yes.
Now, that would be the tallest game ever.
Yes.
Here comes Ian Holland, who isn't that tall. That's a good leave, quite close to the off stump. Ben Brown moves to his left to take it. End of the over, 45 for 3 then. Wesley has 15, that's come off 46. I'm in T20 mode here, and Walter is 19 off 23.
That's the sort of thing that cricket lovers and supporters do, sort of in a rain break or something. They sit together and they say, let's pick the 11 tallest players ever against the 11 shortest players ever, captained by Harry Pilling and Adam Wheater keeping wicket, and one or two others, well, 9 others hopefully, but can't think of them off the top of my head.
Because Chris Tremlett was 2 metres 1 in height.
What's that in English?
I've got no idea. That means nothing. to me.
I think there's 39 inches roughly to a metre, so that's...
So he was 89 inches.
68, 5 foot, no, 6 foot, yeah, it's getting on. Hang on.
It's tall.
36 times 2 is 72. Come back to that. Change of bowling sees Abbott come into the attack from the far end, the Hayes close end. Played defensively by Walter.
So we worked out it's what, 89 inches?
Oh no, sorry. I'd only got halfway there. I'd only converted 2 metres, let alone the.
Oh right,
the
2
odd
meters.
bit.
So 2 meters is.
I think a metre is approximately 36 inches.
Right, so that's 72.
72, so that's
plus a
6
bit.
feet exactly. Yeah.
Right, it was more than that, wasn't it?
Somebody who's a little bit more au fait, their listeners might be able to convert that
Let me have a look. See if I can convert
to the last decimal point of an inch. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. In fact, no doubt people all over Essex and Hampshire are doing exactly that at this moment.
So 1 metre is 39.3 inches.
39, yes, of course it is. Not 36.
Yeah.
Yes, it's 3'3". Yes, sorry.
So he was 6'6". So he was about 6'7", 6'8", which is about right actually.
Yeah. As Abbott moves in again, bowled. Oh, looking to drive it through the offside, got a thick inside edge, and it finished up going to mid-wicket, which at first looked as if it was going to be a dot, and then a slight misfield accommodated the taking of a single.
So yeah, that would be yeah.
Yes, 39 inches in the metre. No wonder I had to have 2 attempts at getting O-level maths. Not that metres were heard of in those days, they were just things that told you how much gas you'd used. And that's outside the off stump. And Wesley has to go on his tiptoes to play that backward defensive shot. Trickles out on the offside. Essex 46 for 3. Wesley 15 not out. Walter 20 not out.
Did I read something the other day that there was plans or there was some movement to try and get us converting back?
Yes, I saw that. I'm not. Yes, I'm sure I did. Yeah, I can't really elaborate on that, but I don't know if it was an idea or a thought or a plan. Abbott moves in, bowls. Of course, some things are still a bit of a mishmash, aren't they? You know, you buy petrol by the litre, and yet cars, their economy is still still shown as miles per gallon.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Cricket pitches are still 22 yards.
22 yards, 1 rod pole or perch. Yes.
I've still to this day no idea what a cricket pitch is in metres. And I've never ever been told, or if I have, it's never gone
Well,
in.
there's some more homework for our listeners there. That's played very pleasantly. Square on the onside. It might not make its way to the boundary. No, it certainly won't. They come back for just 2. It wasn't totally out of the middle of the bat, I don't think, but it certainly got 2 out of that. End of the over, and Essex are 48 for 3. By 22 yards, we now know that a yard is 3'3" and a little bit more. So it's probably going to be about 6 or 7 metres.
No, I've got 20.12 metres. Is that right?
Oh, metre, yes.
Yeah,
oh,
cricket pitch.
well, yes. Sorry.
66 feet, 22 yards.
I think I'd lapsed into fathoms there.
So 20.12 metres. Here's Ian Holland. I'm none the wiser, really. Here comes Holland, and Walters off the back foot, steers that nicely into the covers, but it's fielded by Gubbins at extra cover.
Well, with no attempt to play on the name of the bowl at the moment, I mean, how do the Dutch, those in Holland, measure out their cricket pitch? Do they measure it in 22 yards, or do they measure it out, as you say, in metric, where that's the only measuring system they're aware of?
Very true. I should imagine it wouldn't have mattered what the length of the pitch was. All their bowlers were disappearing no matter what.
Well, it depends who they're playing.
Yes. 48 for 3. It's Walter to face. He's on 20. It's Ian Holland running away from us. Right on medium pace, so that's a lovely drive. But Barker fields at mid-off there. Lovely straight bat there. which we could see. We were right in line.
Yes. Yes, we're watching from over mid off to the left-handed Walter. Pretty good view.
Not bad, is it?
No.
Big Somerset view. Deep mid-wicket. Difficult to give LBWs out from that line. As Walter pushes out on extra cover, though I still tried.
Were you still out in that temporary structure?
Yeah, the
Not allowed to call it that. And yeah, I remember the very first match of the season, championship match, Essex, away match Essex played down there, and we had even more bijou facilities than we have here,
Really?
and not nearly as good a position. And our colleague Anthony Gibson wasn't at all happy.
No, but that's Fuller, and that's driven just wide of Abbott at mid-on, but he slides into it and takes it. That'll be a single there to Walter. Takes him on to 21 and Essex on to 49 for 3. Yeah, well, it's not great, is it? I mean, it's quite hard work. I don't know how you find it, but I mean, listen, commentating's not that easy otherwise, as you can tell. You know, this line makes it easier. But when you're at deep mid-wicket or deep backward point,
No, you've got
trying to
that.
commentate cricket, it wears you out.
Yes.
It's like watching tennis. That's a length ball to Wesley. You just find yourself going left and then right, then left, then right, as the ball gets bowled, and then wherever it's hit or goes through to the keeper, get neck ache at the end of the days, don't you? I did.
Yep.
Whereas here we can just focus.
Yes.
Tunnel vision. Unless you're looking left and right for the screens in here.
So commentary boxes vary all over the place.
They are. Outside of the off stump, and that's left alone by Wesley. End of the over. Holland's bowled 2 overs, none for 5. Essex 49 for 3, with Wesley on 17 and Walter on 21.
And of course, in that respect, Hampshire County Cricket Club are unique in as much as they don't have a commentary box.
No.
They have a commentary gantry,
Yes.
which can be a little drafty on occasions.
Yes. Yes, it can. You speak freely. We're all friends here.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not going to elaborate. No more than that. It can be drafty on occasions, and sometimes if you get in the wrong lift or you don't have the necessary accreditation, you can go up and down the lift all day and not get allowed out, because it is a hotel as well. That's played out on the offside, no addition to the score. And but it's still a place we look forward to going to, I hasten to add.
Of course you do. You have to say that.
Even if only for our colleagues, you know, for seeing our colleagues again.
Yeah.
And it was a splendid curry down there, I must admit, a couple of weeks ago, whenever it was.
Awesome. Yeah, the food's good down there.
As Abbott moves in again, bowls, and that's played out on the offside by Walter. They'll certainly pick up 2, probably come through for 3. Yes, I'm about to go, and so is Kevin's about to go and do an update. As soon as he is back, and Nick, I will disappear because my stint will be up. So that 3 runs did indeed accrue from that, taking the Essex score on to 50 for 3. So it's a partial recovery from a somewhat parlous start, but there's still a lot of work to do, obviously. And it's still going to be Abbott to continue from the far end, the Hayes close end. Moves in and bowls, and that's whipped away off his toes for 4. That was probably the shot of the morning. It probably eclipsed a similar sort of shot by Paul Walter a few overs ago. And yeah, probably one of Wesley's favourite shots and favourite area from which to hit the ball. It went down to deep mid-wicket, just to the right-hand end of the community stand, promoting the merits of a well-known public school not a million miles from here. So that moves the score on to 56, Wesley 21, Walter 24, making a good recovery. But there's still a lot of work to do, obviously, as Wesley faces up to Abbott, who moves in now, right arm over the wicket, both participants being right-handed. That's just pushed out on the onside. No addition to the score. Well, things have improved slightly since you were last on air, Nick.
They have, and just an impression about this pitch. It looks like it might be the sort of pitch that offers a good balance between bat and ball, unlike the first 3 championship wickets, 69 wickets in 3 games. Actually, that was only because Essex collapsed against Northants, to be honest. There might be even fewer than that.
Yeah, quite. Abbott to Wesley, who goes on the front foot and just pushes it out into the covers. No addition to the score.
But, you know, the top quality bowling rewarded by 3 wickets early on, but these two are able to get themselves established, and touch wood, but early signs that this pitch is going to be the sort of wicket that will give us a game that will go long into the 4 days, but maybe give us a result, or a chance of a result, unlike the first 3 games.
We'd still welcome your comments at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com as Abbott moves in and bowls, and Wesley tries to whip that through the onside but doesn't quite time it properly and can only play it out to mid-on. The end of the over, and Essex having won the toss and chosen to bat are 56 for 3 with the not out incumbents Wesley on 21 and Walter on 24.
Brown was bowled by Abbott for a 14-ball duck. Alistair Cook taken by Ian Holland at third slip, diving across in front of second, off Keith Barker for 5, and Dan Lawrence LBW to wheel. The ball went through to Ben Brown, but took the pad first, certainly rather than the bat, and pretty adjacent by all accounts as well. So fantastic start for Hampshire, and if they can get a 4th wicket before lunch, it really will cap off the morning for them. If Essex get in at lunch, doesn't matter the scoring rate, if they're 3 down, they'll feel as though they've got some sort of a platform. Here is Holland going round the wicket and bowling to a left-handed Walter, and plays that up into the offside, and there's no run. And Paul Walter,
You done?
what a you know, a season he's had. I mean, he played a really important innings on Friday in the T20 and Championship. As we were saying, he's been extremely impressive in his appearances, and scored some very important runs. Here is oh, a pill for LBW. That's close. That's out. Yeah, another Hampshire bowler strikes. This time it's Holland. That looked close. I have to say, it just straightened on Walter, who played down the wrong line, and just when Hampshire really wanted it, as a pair were getting established, 56 for 4. That he stood his ground for quite a while there, Walter, but it just seemed to straighten on him, and he just played down the wrong line. I'd like to have another look at the replay, but that's a big wicket for Hampshire with about 25 minutes to go before lunch. Walter is LBW to Holland, so a wicket apiece for the 4 Hampshire bowlers, and getting a chance to see a replay of that. And yeah, he just seemed to play down the wrong line. Very full-length delivery. I don't think it was outside the line of the off stump when it hit him. So Ian Holland strikes now, and well, the virtues of the four-man seam attack for me. It's one of the debates about Essex this year, about basically going in with 3 seamers. But Hampshire very much with, well, 5 actually, because James Fuller hasn't bowled yet. And well, that's a good breakthrough for Holland, who's started tightly, 1 for 5 in 2 overs and 2 balls. And that's the end of Paul Walter. Just as we were singing his praises, I think with some justification about the way he's played this year, he goes, and it means now that Michael Pepper coming out to join Tom Wesley, and Pepper thoroughly deserves his chance to get a place back in the Championship side. How will he go? Welcome back at a good time for Hampshire, Kevin.
Yes, there was a bit of a partnership developing there, wasn't there, really, as the ball was getting a little softer, but I can understand Pepper maybe just hanging around a fraction. He might have felt he might have just got outside the line, but I don't think he did. I think if you look at that, and I've only had one look at that, I think it was a good decision, but maybe Pepper thought he might have got away with it, but it was close enough, wasn't it?
Michael Pepper playing in the Championship for the first time this season. So I was fortunate to be at Durham to see that tremendous innings he played against a high-class seam attack. Potts would have been in that side, Rushworth, on a difficult pitch, and set Essex up for a good win there. How's he going to get on at Chelmsford? A short mid-wicket in, and 5 saving 1 and 2 slips, as that one he takes off the pad and it rolls out towards Wheel at square leg, and there is no run. But certainly He's had a dazzling T20 campaign, and this I think is very much Essex looking at a man in form, albeit in a different competition, and thinking he's absolutely decimated Surrey for about 3 or 4 overs. 40. He was heading for the fastest ever Hampshire 50 in T20 on Friday night, and just slowed down, just fell short of it. But he was in dazzling form. Holland bowls. Oh, that's pushing forward. Is that a caught and bowled? It is. Goodness me. Now that's gone back onto pad, bobbed up, and Holland reacted quickly, and he's taken the catch. Yeah, it's gone back, pad, and caught and bowled. Well, what an unlucky dismissal that is, but 56 for 5. What an over for Ian Holland.
Wow. And what a time for Hampshire here as well. I mentioned earlier Hampshire's poor record here. I don't ever remember Hampshire having a session as good as this in a match. But unusual for a ball to carry that far, especially in front of the wicket, and allowing the bowler to come down and pick it up. But that's just nipped back a fraction, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks
hard
like
inside
onto
edge.
His, inside a pad, bobbed up, and well reacted by Ian Holland, will say, underlining the virtues of the four-seamer, and I say that's one difference in the side. Paul Walter, he might bowl a few overs, but basically Essex are relying on 3 seamers, and Hampshire do have a lot of options in that respect, with Whelan beside, with Fuller on the side, with Holland on the side, to go with Abbott and Barker, and it looks like the sort of pitch that they might benefit from that. This is very different to the first 3 pitches this season. There's no doubt about that. And Abbott has 1 for 12, and Holland has 2 for 5 in 2 overs and 4 balls, and it's 56 for 5. Wesley stranded on 21.
I mean, it hasn't done a lot though, has it? I mean, they must have been very flat early on in the season, but there's always been a little bit of bounce here, isn't it, off a length?
Well, the Essex seam attack, albeit playing with 3 seamers, it's still been pretty strong, but they've not got anything out of the pitch. All the 3 sides batting have done pretty well in their long first innings, but well, Rossington has come to the crease now. And really, Essex cannot afford to lose another wicket before lunch. 2 slips and a short mid-wicket, and 5 saving 1 as Holland continues this remarkable over and bowls, and that's just driven back down the pitch and fielded in his follow-through. So Ian Holland, we were just talking off air about the fact that they want to find a place for Holland in the side as an opener, although sometimes his stats, although he has had occasional runs of form, don't necessarily back that up. But I guess these 2 wickets have really justified his place in this match.
Yeah, I mean, with the bat, he averages what, 25.
Not great as an opener, but of course he's got this extra string to his bow, and that's run down off the open face, probably for 2, being chased back by Donald towards the 3rd man boundary, and they got back for the 2nd run. But tremendous morning for Hampshire, and well, what about that from Ian Holland? And yes, he can be very pleased with that, and it was a good reaction to take the caught and bowled. It was not something he would have been expecting, and how unlucky for Michael Pepper. Just to let you know, Surrey are 109 for 2, having been put in by Kent. Hashim Amla is 23, Ben Geddes is 16, and there's a useful partnership between Burns and Ryan Patel up at top, but no great surprises there. Surrey having a good morning, scoring at 4 and over, 109 for 2. More scores from other games coming up, but here 58 for 2, 21 Wesley.
Abbott from the Hayes close end, length ball, Wesley pushes forward, and it goes up towards mid-off.
And 2 to Rossington, so 58 for 2. Some rebuilding job needed now. The old firm continue in the test match. Mitchell 41, Blundell 39, 245 for 5, lead of 214. Extraordinary.
That's day 4, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. It's going to overlap the women's test, which starts tomorrow, probably. Down at Taunton as Abbott bowls. That's a length ball, a thick outside edge along the ground through gully. Chase on here for Anarin Donald. It's gone all the way, just. And that's 4 runs. And Wesley's played quite nicely this morning. Moves on to 25, 62 for 5.
Yeah, he has, and they've needed him as well. And it could be that, having been sort of a bit part player on Friday, we just took 1 great catch but didn't have much other involvement in the game, he could be a really key player for Essex today. He needs someone in this top 6 to make some sort of contribution, and they're running out of options.
Yeah. On the toss and batted first, remember the home side, as Abbott comes in, Wesley on the back foot, steers that out wide of mid-off, but no run.
As I say, this sort of score, 62 for 5, is not the sort of thing that generally we've seen in Essex matches, although there was that collapse against Northants, which didn't do them any favours in that particular game. But it does remind me somewhat of the last game here between the two sides, which was the one in 2019, where there's been this run of big victories for Essex, and I mentioned the scores in that one. It didn't last very long.
Yeah, I'm just looking at them now. Abbott Bowles, that's nipped back and bounced, but a good leave.
Yes, Hampshire there decided to bat first and made 118. 34 for Riley Russo. I was just trying to think of how he might have played on that.
34 for about 10 balls.
Yeah, it was a runner ball. Interestingly, Aaron Donald was playing in that game, but of course hasn't played a lot of the games in between the two with his injury problems. And Essex 214, which was often good enough as a sort of working score. 50 for Lawrence, 50 for Bapara, and then they bowled Hampshire out for 88.
That was horrible. That's nipped back again and gone quickly and bounced. Good take from Ben Brown, but again a good leave.
Harmer 5 for 23 first time, but he was just warming up. 7 for 38 second time around. And one of the things about the pitches this season is that they've not been Harmer friendly, and that clearly is against the Essex game plan. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when we might not see so much spin before Harmer bowls though.
No. I'm going to reserve judgment on that until the end of the game, whatever the result, whether it's a spin friendly or a Harmer friendly pitch. Here's Abbott Bowles, and that's a links ball, and that's nicely pushed through mid-wicket. They'll only get one. Oh, in fact, Rossington wanted 2. That was not sure there was, as Wheel came round from mid-on. End of the over, 63 for 5, and 26 now to Wesley, 2 to Rossington.
Yep, so we had that round of championship games a couple of weeks ago that Essex weren't involved in, but good to see the championship back, albeit, of course, no games next weekend because of the end of the blast, but there is going to be quite a lot of championship cricket in July, which is good to see. Essex will have 3 games, and I think Hampshire have 3 as well. Just trying to check actually on the fixtures, but certainly it's good to see championship cricket back. Yes, Essex have got Gloucestershire, Surrey, and Somerset. In that order, 2 at Chelmsford. As Holland bowls, and that's flicked away off the pads down towards deep mid-wicket for 1 for Wesley. Goes along to 27. I know that Hampshire got a return trip to Cheltenham, which they often play at Cheltenham 2 years in a row. But
no, looking forward to that, and the week after at Scarborough. So that's a handy couple of weeks.
That's not a bad double, actually. And there was this this famous run for about 6 or 7 years, that whoever won at Scarborough won the championship.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was between 2013 and probably about 2018. This is an attempt to flick the ball around the corner, which misses from Rossington. Started with Durham in 2013, then Yorkshire won the championship, Middlesex, Essex won at Scarborough in 2017, and I think Surrey won there in 2018, but there was this remarkable record, so it's a side that wins at Scarborough often goes on to win the championship.
Yeah, you do tend to get results there, don't you?
Yes. Mohammed Amir joined himself there, very much so. Here's Holland again from the river end, 2 wickets in his last over. It's played off the back foot up into the covers, and there's no run, but what a rebuilding job Essex have got now. Can't afford to lose any more wickets before lunch. Wesley on 27 and 2 to Rossington. And good to have pretty much a full programme of championship games back. Mentioned Surrey going pretty well against Kent, 2 slips in and a short mid-wicket, and it's played defensively, head over the ball up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Warwickshire, who've not had a particularly good time after beating Essex, they're in 5th, playing Northants in 8th. Northants don't yet know whether they're going to have to worry about 8th or 9th being significant this season, but Northants playing Warwickshire 105 for 2 at Northampton. Emilio Gay is 62 not out in that one, and I think there's a delayed start. Gloucestershire, Lancashire, that's played head over the ball up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yes, a little bit of weather around there, and they've only got underway fairly recently, so Gloucestershire chose to bat, and as Northants did, and Gloucestershire is 17 for no wicket in the 10th over. And big game in Division 2 is Notts Middlesex, where Notts are 107 for 2 in the 24th over. Hassi Bermuda's 38 not out there. It's Holland bowls. Oh, that's sliced away off an inside edge, goes up towards mid-wicket, and goes to wheel, and there's no run. But Rossington, that wasn't where he was intending. He was trying to play that down the ground, and it's sliced away off the inside half of the bat. 64 for 5, 3 early wickets. Brown, Cook, Lawrence, then a little bit of a partnership, and then Walter and Pepper going in the same Ian Holland over. 64 for 5. We've had 26 overs. Wesley is 27 and Rossington 2.
Yeah, 40 for the fourth wicket between Walter and Wesley. Just looked as though the batters were starting to get the pace of the pitch, the feel of the bowling, but this Hampshire attack is quite relentless this year, and has put Hampshire in a decent spot getting into the second half of this competition. That's a lovely drive through mid-wicket from Tom Wesley off the bowling of Kyle Abbott, a little bit too full. But that is raced away for 4 runs, takes the Essex total on to 68 for 5.
Yes, there is a difference in the weight of the seam bowling attacks in this game. I mean, Paul Walter has bowled a few overs this season and will be the four-seamer, but when they went to Edgbaston, they had no four-seamer option at all in April, and that really counted against them, because Burgess got 170, and Critchley was bowling leg breaks in the first innings on quite a flat wicket, and was quite expensive. That was quite bold.
Well, actually won by 10 wickets, I see in that one. As Abbott bowls, that's a better length, but forward is Wesley as he pushes that out to extra cover.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch. That's at Solent Sport as well on social media at BBC Essex Sport. So if you want to get in touch with us, thanks for the emails earlier on. It'd be nice to hear from you. And yeah, intriguing morning dominated by Hampshire, but can these two get through to lunch? That's the next thing.
I just noticed a tweet actually from Joe at Solent Sport, says fantastic bowling group even without Mo Abbas. Abbott bowls, and that's played into the ground and on the offside by Tom Wesley. Of course, a bowling point in the first hour. Of course, these bonus points are always important when it gets towards the end of the season, as Hampshire found at the end of last season they were just 1 wicket away from winning the championship.
Yes, what my word, that must have been some occasion. It was a classic advert for Championship cricket, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, up at Egbert. Yeah, it was an exciting end to the season. But you guys won Division 2, didn't you, last year? If I remember right.
Much.
Outside the off-stump, and Kent won Division 3, which meant even less.
You know, we won it fairly easily, but to be honest, it got to the point where, let's say, some other sides, not Gloucestershire, to be fair to them, but Northants, the game lasted until 11 o'clock on day 2. Oof. And it was a sign of they had nothing much to play for, and you know, that really did sum it up. And they didn't get September right at all last year. It was just all very odd. But the conference thing seemed okay up to that point, but outside of Division 1 it was all fairly meaningless.
I was going to say, in Division 1 it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's pushed out towards extra cover and there's no run. Listen, I get it. I can understand counties not enjoying September if you weren't in Division 1. And in fact, I could probably understand Somerset in Division 1 in September not enjoying it.
They had a terrible
That was a nightmare. But for everybody else, it was fabulous.
Yeah, and did Hampshire win at Edgbaston, which is quite hard to do.
They did,
yeah, and yes, the only thing that was missing, Sky also had a habit of picking odd games to televise. They picked the fairly meaningless Bob Willis Trophy final.
Abbott's in the game and bowls, and that's a lovely push drive by Wesley, but only as far as Barker at mid-off. End of the over. Abbott's completed 9 overs, 1 for 21. Essex 68 for 5, with Wesley 31 and Rossington on 2.
I suppose it would have been difficult to televise a game at Liverpool being an outground, but I just would have loved to have had David Lloyd on commentary. I think it was Jake Blatherwick took a single to keep a strike against Mason Crane, and I would love to have heard what Lloyd would have said. he could have self-combusted, because of course Blatherwick then got out, didn't he? And then it was Parkinson who saw off the over, and then the captain hit the winning run. What a finish! What a finish!
It was great fun. It was great fun, even though Hampshire were on the losing side. It was a great end to the season.
It's going to be Liam Dawson. I'm going to mention Liam a bit later on, actually, when we go back and mention a game about 10 years ago where I think he's the only survivor from the Hampshire side, which we'll do after lunch. We'll just have a dip into one or two of the games. Going because Hampshire have done well in some of them, not just
many.
not recently. About the 2004 game we mentioned, we'll talk about that as well.
God, we are going back a while.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, go back as far as you like, but there's some interesting ones. But Liam Dawson is going to bowl, a slip and a short leg, and this is just worked away, just off the back foot, just on the bounce, a short leg, and yes, Dawson. He's had a pretty good T20 campaign, hasn't he? And
yeah,
such an important member of this side. Of course, briefly played here for Essex.
Yeah, I remember.
As he bowls, and it's just up in the block hole and played up into the offside, and there's no run. So we are seeing a bit of spin. Of course, it's just before lunch, which partly explains it. But Hampshire using they haven't bowled Fuller yet, have they, this morning? I don't think so.
No, they haven't. No.
The fifth bowler.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, very much so.
So Dawson bowls. Oh, what a beauty! And a play and a miss outside the off stump from Rossington. That one just seemed to, it's interesting, a bit of grip there. Palmer might like that.
Yeah, that has. Oh dear.
So that's yes, that's an early sign. Palmer's moment of the morning. That he hasn't been involved so far in the game, but he'll view that as his moment of the morning. As this one, oh, it squeezes away again. A little bit of turn, squeezes away off the outer half of the bat down to Keith Barker at backward point, and they get a single. So a little bit of discomfort around for.
Yeah, I'm not sure that turned much. It may be just that Rossington just turned the face of the bat a little too early. I think more than actually turned. Yeah. I think. Just trying to look at the replay.
Rossington's been discomforted by the last two, so certainly Dawson, an interesting exploratory over for him. See what more he can get from it. But emphatically, Hampshire's morning here. And here's Dawson bowling. Oh, that's edged and on the bounce to first slip. So that's 3 in a row that he's had problems with. And again, interesting to see what's going on there, because he was poking at that very awkwardly and it's just fallen short of slip. But just seems to be having a few problems out there. The two, as Wesley this time, with 2 Essex batsmen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good line, isn't it? It's almost sort of inviting the batters just to turn the face and play it on the leg side, because he's bowling that sort of middle and leg line. I mean, that ball might have just held in the turf a little bit, but it's not well, that one didn't really turn.
No. So
I just think the Essex batters are just probably playing a little too leg-sided.
Wesley averaging 33 this season, top score of 80, just the 150. But this would be a good occasion to get a second 50 and maybe build on from there. Rossington averaging 26, he's also got 150. And this is just play from the crease. That's better from Wesley, just playing it just wide of Fuller. They think of a second one, it's not there as he moves across from mid-on. And one goes for total, but emphatically Hampshire's morning, and really sealed in that respect by that double wicket over from Ian Holland, which really undermined Essex. And as I say, we mentioned that game a few years ago with those dominated by Simon Harmer with those small totals. And who knows, it could be a similar sort of game, but with the boot on the other foot if Hampshire get a first innings lead of 100, but that's still a long way off. 70 for 5, Wesley 32, Rossington 3, but the draw is quite distant at the moment on the odds compared to the last 3 games, which have all been nailed on draws from very early on.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, Essex could do with some points, couldn't they? As you pointed out earlier with the scenarios, the way Division 1 is shaping up at the moment. I know Essex have a game in hand, but you know, the games will start to run out shortly as Abbott bowls. That's a length ball to Wesley, who is playing that back past the bowler, and there is no run. But it's interesting, Hampshire, for the last couple of balls of Dawson's over, had a slip and a gully in. So maybe the ball is just holding a bit on the turf. We did see it turn a little bit once in the over.
Yeah.
But, for me, from my point of view, that's a bit worrying with Simon Harmer in the Essex side, of course, who loves bowling here, doesn't he?
Well, I think he's probably feeling he's due a pitch that's going to help him here this season, because the first 3 didn't.
No, we've never really played him very well here. As Abbott bowls, bit of bounce outside the off stump, but left alone.
Yeah, we got list being sent to us of the world's shortest cricketers, including Sunil Gavaskar and Sachin Tendulkar on that list. Some big names. So,
Harry Pilling?
Yeah, Harry Pilling has been added on by our correspondent.
Jack Bond, was he quite smallish?
I think so, yes, I remember him from the 70s, yeah. So thank you very much indeed, Andrew Appleby, for sending us that list. The 10 shortest cricketers in the world.
I can think of somebody else as well. As Abbott comes in and bowls, length ball, Wesley pushes that up to mid-on. Tony Cotty.
Yes, of course.
Glamorgan and Sussex, yeah.
And David Turner wouldn't have been that tall, I imagine.
No.
Because he was very strong on the cut, wasn't he?
Nippy nudger. Yeah. Tony Cotty, who the last time I saw him, which wasn't that long ago, he had a kiosk on Shore and Beach.
Right. Well, he's been hopefully doing good business this year.
Yeah. Saw him last year, I think, and he was, because he's done a bit of stuff around Glamorgan and Sussex and that. And the last time I saw him, he said, no, I've got this kiosk on Shore and Beach. That's straight, and that's just pushed wide of mid-on for a single by Wesley. He moves on to 33. He's been a calming influence for Essex this morning. 71 for 5.
I always thought during COVID that probably was one of the better occupations to have, because people eventually, as they realised that sort of being on the beach wasn't the worst thing, because you also had the breeze, which obviously just made it a little bit more safe than it might be if you were indoors. So having a kiosk on a beach, even in that COVID summer, was probably one of the better occupations to have.
I think he said he was doing all right, actually.
Yeah.
So he was very busy. Number of hours as much as anything, but yeah. Abbott comes in and bowls to Rossington. Rossington forward, pushes that up to Barker at mid-off.
Although I remember the row when I think the first really warm spell of that COVID summer, everybody piled down to places like Durdle Door in Dorset, and all sorts of signs saying, because of course the infrastructure to support a lot of people, with shops not open and everything like that, wasn't there. So it was all. I think people were desperate to get a bit of normality. But hopefully, as times have gone, although of course we should mention, of course, that Ben Folkes is out of a test match with COVID.
Yeah, here comes Abbott again and bowls. It's just nipped back at Rossington, but turns that away down to fine leg anyway. And that will be a single, which means Rossington will keep the strike, and he moves on to 4 now, 72 for 5.
And so the old firm, as I'm calling them, have not been separated. Blundell and Mitchell are both in the 40s. If Mitchell can get 100, 400s in a 3-match series would be, well, I think it's just I can't believe that anyone's done that. But I mean, we're still a long way off. But 249 for 5, they lead by 218, and yet again, New Zealand finding their way back into the match. So fascinating morning at Headingley. 72 for 5, coming up towards lunge. This could be the last over. Dawson bowls, and this is played defensively from the crease by Rossington. So it's not been a total disaster for Essex, but 72 for 5. I mean, they could still get, maybe get to 200, but and hope then that Simon Harmer can have an influence. But Hampshire definitely had the upper hand this morning. Slip and two slips and a short leg. Appeal for OBW on the sweep. Rossington. A little bit unconvincing, but worth a shout from Dawson's point of view and his sunglasses.
Just watching that on the live feed. It looked leggish, didn't it? It looked quite full to be sweeping as well. I think he's sweeping that on line rather than length.
Dawson, left arm spin. Slipping a gully really now on a short leg. Bowls and off the back foot. It's just played up into the covers, but clearly Vince could have decided not much point even an exploratory of spin before lunch, but maybe just seeing something, and obviously it's been justified because Dawson has caused problems.
Gives the bowlers a bit of a rest as well with Dawson, if he can hold one end up and probably do a bit better job than that.
Short extra cover in. There's Dawson bowls. Oh, that'll be another appeal for OBW. That is not going to be going into leg stump in the umpire's opinion, but Dawson thought it might be clipping. That was certainly the fizzed in. It was a quicker delivery and beat the defensive shot. And was it close to leg stump?
I think it was. I think you're right. It might have just been missing leg. It wasn't turning, wasn't straightening.
72 for 5, but Dawson causing problems. This match might not go into a 4th day. Slip and a short leg and a gully, as this is played from the crease defensively up into the offside. And there is no run. But Hampshire will know if they can keep taking wickets. And almost whatever happens, they should still be in the game at the end of the first innings if they can restrict Essex to a very modest total. 72 for 5. Some bowls and played by Rossington from the crease. That is lunch on the first day, and very much Hampshire's morning. 3 early wickets, and then 2 more in 1 over from Ian Holland. Very much making it the visitors' session. 72 for 5 with 33 to Wesley and 4 to Rossington.
Yeah, being a good morning for Hampshire. Looks like a good toss to lose at the moment, but as the ball gets softer, may just get a little bit more difficult. But I think there's some encouragement, enough of encouragement there for Liam Dawson, for him to maybe a bit of a handful in the afternoon.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Kevin will be back with us at 1:40, and obviously commentary on the afternoon session on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent, and online via the BBC Sport app. Do join us for that. We've got an update into the 1 o'clock news on BBC Essex, which is what you'll hear in just a few moments. But other than that, join us again at 1:40.
Oh my god.
Bacon and eggs on toast this morning.
They're not all that bright, the cricketers, but I thought they'd be smart enough to read that, right?
When a giant born owl landed.
I forgot what it was when I got halfway through.
Who was your sporting hero growing up?
Bradley.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Marcus Trescothick.
Andrew Flintoff.
Michael Slater.
Shane Warne. Sachin Tendulkar.
Who do you turn to in the dressing room when you need a pick-me-up?
Jack Brooks.
Ollie Robinson.
Danny Briggs.
Tim Murtagh.
Ben Wynn.
Which teammate could make it in another sport?
Michael Pepper, golf.
Probably Tom Abel. He can do everything. Chris Benjamin.
John Simpson.
Darren Stevens.
Ben Stokes.
Best county ground to play at, and it can't be your own.
Lords.
Probably Lords. The Oval.
Trent Bridge.
Lords. Worcester.
Trent Bridge.
When the fixture list comes out, which game are you looking out for?
Middlesex.
Lords.
Yorkshire away.
Yorkshire away.
Surrey.
Who is going to win the county championship in 2022?
I have to say Essex, don't I? Have to.
Definitely can.
Warwickshire.
Surrey.
I think Warwickshire again.
Somerset, 100%.
Austin chose to bat, and they lost 5 wickets in the morning session, and currently they're 72 for 5 with Wesley not out 33 and Adam Rossington on 4, and it's been very much Hampshire's morning, and already seemed to be taking a little bit of spin. Dawson was getting it to turn a bit in the 2 overs he had, and yeah, so it should be a very interesting afternoon. My name is Dick Davis. Lurking at the back of the commentary box is Nick Ledhian. I'm delighted to say beside me, just a yard or so away to my left, is Kevin James of BBC Solent and former Hampshire all-rounder of some considerable repute. And,
you never said that when you were commentating when I was playing, I know.
No.
It's amazing how much better you get the longer you've been out the game.
It? Yes, and the memory fades a bit.
It does, yeah. You forget all those rubbish performances.
As first ball's outside the off stump. It's Barker continuing. He's taken 1 for 22 in his 10 overs. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting afternoon, but I mean, there was a little bit of turn, wasn't there? So it's, you know, weather permitting, and I think the forecast is reasonable. Might not go too deep into the 4th day at this rate.
No, I mean, you know, good to see that Dawson's got a little bit there, but bad news because obviously we all know what Harmer can do. So
well, yes.
Mixed feelings about that.
Yes. As Barker moves in, left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Wesley, who just plays that defensively, trickles out on the offside. Of course, Essex are without Matt Critchley, who has been proved already, and very halfway through the season, proved to be an excellent signing, both with bat and ball. But then, you know, prior to his coming along, Harmer won plenty of games almost on his own. So, yeah, he may well yet have the final say. But at the moment, with Essex only 72 for 5, we're looking a long way into the future, I think, as Barker moves in again, bowls. And that's whipped away, favourite sort of shot from Wesley, whipped away to the square leg boundary for 4 runs. It, with all due respect to Barker, who's bowled very, very well this morning, it did really get what it deserved, particularly to someone like Wesley, who's known for his strengths in that area.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's always important, isn't it? First morning of the match, ball's new, bit of bounce, a little bit of swing, especially from Barker. It's important to pick up some wickets in that morning session. Hampshire have done that. Might be more difficult this afternoon.
Yes. From the Essex point of view, we hope so. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper. He's been getting, well, whoever's bowled from that end, because Abbott had a few overs from that end, they've all been getting a bit of lift at this end. So, yeah, a bit of encouragement, whatever the type of bowler you are.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always been the case here, isn't
well,
it?
Yes,
really,
it has.
Isn't it? You pitch the ball up, you do get bounce, because I always feel here that the ends are just a little higher than the middle of the wicket. So you tend to it tends to hit an upslope in a way when it's pitched up.
Barker in again, bowls. Oh, and that gets the better of him. Bit outside the off stump. But then interestingly, we're not completely behind the line. We're at sort of just, I'm looking over between first and second slip. But after the ball had passed Wesley's bat, then the keeper had to move quite a distance to his left to take it.
Didn't he?
Yeah.
But there's that bit of lift that you get from time to time, and even though the ball was into over number 31, that's still good lift off a length.
Yes, certainly is. Most encouraging for the bowler, who is Barker, who moves in, bowls. That's slightly over pitch, played out, not with perfect timing, played out to mid-off. So the end of an over which produced 4 runs for Essex, and they've moved on to 76 for 5. Wesley 37 not out, and Rossington, who will be down the business end, this coming over, he's 4 not out.
Yeah, Wesley's played nicely, hasn't he? Really? Nice and straight. And it isn't easy out there. I don't think. I mean, I haven't seen the games earlier in the season. You have here, where obviously there were some big scores, and it looked like it was difficult to bowl sides out. I don't think it's flat, but I don't think it's a bad wicket. I think it's typical first morning, first day of a game, more than anything.
Yeah, well, yes.
Certainly not some of the wickets that perhaps you've been used to over the last decade.
No.
Here's Wheel then, right arm over and bowls, and that's turned away down towards Backward of square leg by Rossington. That's fielded by Fuller, I think that is, down there, away to our right. Yes, it is on the boundary. Still haven't seen him into the attack. We may see him this afternoon if Hampshire just start to find wickets a little bit more difficult to come by. Rossington moves on to 6, and it's 78 for 5.
We'd welcome emails at bbcsxcricket@gmail.com. I noticed from the subject line you had one probably when I was off air just before lunch.
Wheel bowls, punching off the back foot is Rossington up towards Abbott at mid-off.
About the tallest and shortest players in county cricket. Did you discuss this? Did you this email?
Nick did mention it.
Yeah.
Some short players, was there?
Apparently there's a website or a link that you can go to which
didn't know that.
gives such things.
Really?
Yeah. I'll see if I can click on it again.
Oh yes, I'd love to hear that. I'm sure there'll be some names that we'll suddenly think, oh yeah, of course. Here's wheel to Rossington, length ball. Rossington turns that away down to fine leg. Seems to take the bottom hand off the bat when he plays that shot in that area. He'll pick up a single. Moves on to 7th, 79 for 5. You haven't found it yet?
No, I've got a nasty feeling I may have deleted it by mistake.
Oh dear. What is it? Tallandshortcricketers.com.
Something like that, yes. I can't have deleted it. I'll look in my delete box. If I did, I do apologise, but I'm sure you would have addressed the subject anyway.
It's not easy to look at the screens at the moment because the sun's starting to shine in. Commentary boxes, wheel bowls, and that's angled into Wesley, who pushes that up to mid on Barker Fields.
But then again, we get used to that here at Chelmsford. The sun's always shining in the commentary box.
Yeah.
Unlike at facilities at Hampshire, where you wonder how many pullovers and coats to take.
That's right. Please join the queue of commentators that seem to find the Aegeus Bowl less than ideal. You're in a big queue there.
I'm sure.
Dick, I'm the only one that sings its praises. Here comes wheel and bowls. That's our length ball. That's a good line. Wesley pushes that out square on the offside. Is it really that bad? Because I don't notice it because I'm there every other week.
Yes. No, there are several worse. No names, no pack drill. But it is different. And it can be very drafty.
That's all right. I shall give your name to the relevant person when you're next down.
Yes, do.
And mark it with a red ink.
Do not feed this man either.
Yes, just treat him a little differently.
And let him get stuck in the lift going up and down.
Here comes wheel. That's driven by Wesley up to mid-on, fielded by Barker in that position once more. Don't worry, I'm making a note as well. I'll have no commentators left soon. 79 for 5, that's the end of that over. 37 to Wesley, 7 to Rossington. Wheels completed, 5 overs, 1 for 18.
I can remember when I was down there, not a couple of weeks ago, but pre-COVID, I think.
Yes.
And on a Friday night, and it must have been towards the end of the season, or maybe the very beginning of the season, because, as you told me then, quite a few visiting sides to Southampton Football Club stay at the Aegeus.
They do.
And on this particular night, I wondered, as I approached, I thought, this is strange. There's loads of kids with autograph books and things. And I thought, well, you know.
You were famous once, weren't you?
And anyway, Southampton were playing Manchester United. And it was the first time I'd obviously stayed in the same hotel as a team of the repute of Manchester United. You know, we're not missing any play. There's a hold-up inevitably for the state of the ball, I think. The only other time I stayed at the same hotel as a football club was when I followed Canvey Island in the in the conference. And yeah, sure enough, they're getting another ball. So I assure you, you're not missing any cricket. That is the guiding principle with all our commentaries: don't miss a delivery. And yeah, this Friday night, Manchester United, I never realised until then how much they were surrounded by what at best can be called security staff, all of whom were a lot larger built than I am.
Yeah.
And you go up in the lift, and I must have pressed the wrong button, and I got out at the floor where I think they must have been staying overnight.
Floor 2.
Was it?
Yeah.
And I started to get out, and I was immediately confronted by 3 of the biggest gentlemen I'd ever seen. And I said, oh, I seem to have got off the lift on the wrong floor. And I was informed, yes, you certainly have, mate. Get back in. Oh, thank you for your help.
Yes, that's usually the situation there. I'm not sure I've seen the name of Canvey Island Football Club in the guest register at the Aegeus Hilton, but I'll have a look the next time I'm there.
I don't think so. No, I think this was a budget accommodation in Worksop or somewhere.
We've got a ball change here.
After all, it is how many overs old? 32 overs old.
Yeah.
Good grief.
We've done well to last this long, haven't we, really? Even this new batch, apparently, that I was reading about, that was sent round all the counties before the game, round before last, I think it was. It doesn't seem to have made a difference. I did read somewhere, and I don't know if this is all true with some of this rubbish that comes out, but apparently there's a new person stitching the balls, and they don't stitch it as tight. There you go. Is it me or you that I can't remember?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. It's a shame because it was a superb shot by Rossington through the covers for 4.
On the up as well.
On the up off Barker.
Get that ball changed.
Yes, we've changed our mind.
Yeah, we'll have the old one back.
Because a popular ploy here when Essex were fielding, if they wanted the ball changed, was just put on some occasional bowlers from this end who'd get the ball be dispatched into the river.
Yes.
Then there was no choice about it. Yes, we will have to change the ball.
There's a few used to do that, didn't they, in the 70s, didn't they? 60s,
Yes.
70s. Who was it, the one that used to come on regularly?
Barker moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively by Rossington, trickles out in the offside.
Wasn't Robin Hobbs, was it? It was...
oh, no, he wasn't an occasional.
No, he wasn't, no. It was... oh, God, I've heard the story a few times.
Yes, I can't think either. There are so many stories, some of which are...
some off-spinner. Gosh, who was it? I can't remember. Well, think of it in a minute.
An occasional off-spinner of the...
Let me have a look. I'll see if I can remember. I used to come here and used to hear those stories.
Barker, left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Rossington, who plays that pleasantly and sort of on the move, walks into the shot as he pushes it out to mid-on. No addition to the score of 83 for 5.
Quickly find
Yeah, so those not familiar with the layout of the ground, those probably listening in Hampshire or thereabouts, then yes, the River Can, the CAN, flows immediately behind us here, and almost literally immediately. There's a small walkway, then the edge of the ground, and then the River Can. That was played out on the onside. And a lot of balls over the years have finished up in the aforementioned River Can.
Do you think if you did a trawl of the river, that you'd find a few balls?
Yes, I don't know. They do sink, I think, don't they? Or are they like eggs? The good ones float and the bad ones sink, or the other way round? I'm not sure. As Barker moves in, left arm round the wicket to Rossington. Rossington, not the full meat of the bat. In fact, probably served him better by getting a thick half of the bat on it, and it went down to wide third man when he was, in fact, was looking to push it out into the covers. And occasionally, a full shot can produce more runs than the one that was intended. And I think that was an example of that. Rossington moves on to 15.
Well, the spinners around in the 70s, David Ackfield.
Well, he wasn't occasional.
No, he wasn't occasional, but did he? I don't know if it was him that used to just toss the odd one up just to allow it to be hit out. Ray East.
Oh, that's more likely. Well, not that he was an occasional, but he would enter into the spirit of the thing, most definitely. Yeah. Pushed out on the offside. Now, there are so many stories, some of which might even be true about Ray East and the larks he used to get up to.
Yeah, that might be him I'm thinking of.
End of the over, 87 for 5.
Do you know what? I just happened to be looking in 1976. Stuart Turner, who I played against, 78 championship wickets that year.
Yeah.
John Lee, he got more than John Lever, 62. And Ackfield got 66 that year. Whew. That's not a bad threesome, that, is it?
No. Well, that's when they were approaching their peak, really, their first championship in 79, and it was almost inevitable. You could see over those years leading up to it that, you know, in a few years' time, Essex got a really good side.
It's Brad Wheel to Wesley, who's on the back foot. And steers that back to the bowler. And there is no run. 87 for 5. Essex were at one stage 56 for 5. They were 7 without loss, 7 for 2, 16 for 3. Before a stand of 40 between Wesley and Walter ended. 56 for 4. And they lost another wicket on 56 as well. So having to dig themselves out of a hole here. Tom Wesley's doing a good job doing that. He's on the back foot, steers that out into the covers. Bit of extra bounce there. There's some great names of the old Essex team there, isn't there? Even just that one season.
Oh, they were a heck of a side.
Weren't they just?
Yeah. Not only did they win the championship in '79, but they also won the dear old Benson Hedges Cup.
Whatever happened to that?
Oh, well.
Here's that wheel. It's getting very warm now. There's that Wesley's trying to flick that away on the leg side. Hits him on the pad, just pops up a bit. Wheel fields at around short leg. And there is no run. Into the 34th over. Essex winning the toss this morning, electing to bat first. Sir Alistair Cook, a failure for him. Made just 5. Nick Brown was out before him. Not offering a shot to Abbott.
Still to come in the Essex order in one order or another. Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Aaron Beard and Sam Cook.
Shane Snater. I wonder if he's got neck-ache after last week. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone after bowling at those England players.
Yes.
That wouldn't have been much fun. One game, Snater bowled 10 overs, 1 for 99. It's a heck of a figures, those. I remember going for a few in one game. 99 is massive amounts.
It is, isn't it? Yes.
I mean, I've been hit around the park.
One over. Good grief.
That is amazing. Here's that wheel, bowls. Wesley on the back foot. Nice straight bat. Plays that back to the bowler.
Sorry, say it again. He bowled what?
He bowled 10 overs, 1 for 99 in one game. You know when England got 480?
Yes, yeah.
10 overs, 1 for 19. So I suppose actually, if England got 480 of 50 overs, that's scoring at...
That's getting on for 10 and over, isn't it?
That's getting on for 10 overs. So he went about the going rate, actually, to be fair to him.
Yes, yes. Quite.
That's not bad. I suppose, actually, I should take it all back, really. Actually, it was not, not bad, really. There's a wheel on the back foot there. Wesley, again, there's a bit of extra bounce, so he can't quite get on top of the bounce.
Yes, it means that on average, means that on average, somebody must have been worse than that.
Yeah, well, I'll have another look at that when Snater comes on the bowl at some point. But you're right. So maybe he was the go-to man in the end.
Yes, that's it. But no, I enjoyed watching those games, although they were a little bit one-sided, well, more than a little bit one-sided between Holland and England, because I can remember when Essex used to play Holland in one of the one-day competitions. I can't remember which it was now, and I had a couple of trips out to Holland, including Amstelveen, where that one was there. You didn't go over there?
No, we didn't make it, no. Was it nice?
It was wonderful. It brought back some very happy memories. And the hospitality was literally second to none, which they kept offering us during the day, and we said, no, we are professional commentators. We do not touch alcohol while on air. And they said, oh well, you must not go back to your hotel immediately after the game. So we didn't, and I assume we did eventually. Don't remember too much about it. Played out in the offside, no addition to the score. But yeah, magnificent hospitality at Amstelveen. Which Essex won by 1 run, I remember.
Really, that close?
Yes. And was pushed down to the offside. Well, allegedly, it was because the team, or many of the team, several of the team, had been taking in all the experiences of Amsterdam the night before.
Had they?
Allegedly.
Okay, so they'd been going to the pottery works.
Exactly.
And the museum.
The Rijksmuseum, yes, that's it. You've got it. As Barker moves in and bowls. And Washington takes his hand off the bat just at the last minute, as if it... Well, but as we've been saying, all three of us, there is lift to be found at this end, and Rossington goes down and pats the wicket.
Actually, I say pottery, it's Delft, isn't it? There's the main pottery thing. That's not Amsterdam, is it?
No.
I mean, obviously Delft isn't Amsterdam, but I'm not sure how close it is to Amsterdam.
Oh, not far away.
Oh, is it not?
The second time we went, we stayed in Delft, a lovely little town. Lovely little town, yes. went with my wife on each time we went to Holland. And shot. Splendid time. Silver length, cut away just in front of square on the offside for 4 runs down towards the pavilion. And so Rossington going well. Oh, that's tempting fate, but and Hampshire 91 for 5. Wesley not out 39. Rossington not out 37. Sorry. Rossington not out 19. Essex 91 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is now getting a typical wicket where, you know, the ball can bounce in a very similar area and one comes on nicely and you can get on top of the bounce. And every now and then one bounces a bit more and one keeps a little bit low.
Yeah. And again, over pitch slide, played through extra cover. It won't go to the boundary, but it'll get pretty near it. It's 2 runs. In fact, no, yes, 2 runs. And they'll think about coming back for a 3rd, but it would be, well, it would be, I was going to say it would be ill-advised, it would be suicidal. And so they settled for 2. But well fielded just before it went over the rope at deep extra cover. Who's that fielding?
I think that might have been Fuller.
No.
No, Brad Wheel, sorry.
All right.
Fuller's at mid-wicket.
So, last delivery of the over, assuming it's a valid one. I don't think we've had an invalid one so far. That's just a good delivery, and Rossington's just grateful to lay bat on ball, played out into the offside for no addition to the 93 for 5 after 35 overs.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be so much there for Barker now. Not even a bit of seam movement, and certainly no swing that we saw this morning. Got some beautiful shape on the ball, which accounted for Alistair Cook, who did not a lot wrong really. Just pushed forward, just bounced a fraction, hit the top part of the bat, and Ian Holland took a good catch at 3rd slip. We saw Keith Barker getting some nice shape, and already James Vince is having a chat with the left arm seamer, probably just saying to him, look, well, you know, what do you reckon here? Is there much in it for you? I don't want to flog you to death. He's already bowled 13, bowled a 10 over spell this morning. 1 for 40. It might be that Liam Dawson, who we're seeing on now, and as you quite rightly said, Dickie, in his couple of overs before lunch, there was a hint of some turn on a couple of the deliveries. Not big, but just enough to, I think, warrant him maybe sealing an end up at this end for a while anyway. Here he is then round the wicket, a little bit too short, and that kept low.
That did, didn't it? Yes.
And Wesley in the end off the bottom of the bat, turning that away on the leg side for a single. Yeah, again, we're just seeing the odd, whether it's a spinner or whether it's a seamer, just the odd one, just not bouncing the way you think it should. 94 for 5, Wesley's on 38, brings Rossington back on strike. There's a short leg in there now. And a slip as the sun just disappears behind a bit of cloud, which is actually quite welcome now because it is starting to shine in our commentary room. I suppose it is a room, isn't it, really? It's an area. It's something. As Rossington pushes that up towards mid-on. Closes the face of the bat. Saloon?
Saloon, I think, yes. Yeah. Live in a world of my own, people say.
94 for 5. Rossington's on 21 currently. There's Dawson round the wicket once more and bowls. Rossington's on the back foot. There's a bit of extra bounce, but Rossington plays it nicely. Just wide a bit on, jogs through for a single. Moves on to 22, and it's 95 for 5 Essex. Yeah, it's quite amazing, isn't it, when you see all those wickets this morning and you think back to some of the early games here. First game here, Essex got 514 all out. The draw with Northants got 390 first innings. As Wesley's on the back foot, steers that nicely through mid-wicket. It's a little harder this time. It should be 2. No, Fuller's round from deep mid-wicket to keep it down to a single. 96 for 5, and then in the most recent draw here, Essex 403. Yes. Scores that are unheard of here normally.
Oh, certainly.
Certainly looked that way this morning, and we were back to normal, but Essex mounting a bit of a recovery here. As Dawson bowls, that's nicely stroked off the back foot by Rossington, but straight to the fielder in the covers. That's Felix Organ there, who will open the innings with Ian Holland. And later, there's Dawson in again, Sunshine back out, flighted, driven to the man at short extra cover, and that's Nick Gubbins. That's a horrible position, not just because it's short extra cover, but because there is a bit of coconut matting in front of him. That is horrible. I'd want to get myself out of there. 96 for 5, because you will never know what that will do if it's hit firmly along the ground and hits that matting.
No, quite.
That's not nice. End of the over.
So 96 for 5. It is still going to be Barker from the far end, the Hayes close end. We did wonder or surmise whether he might be having a blow, but no, he's continuing.
Oh, he bowled so well this morning.
Yes, he did, didn't he? Oh, yes, superb. Continues now, bowls to Wesley. Oh, Wesley, well, has a bit of a swish there, really.
No man's land, wouldn't he? Absolutely no man's land.
Yes, an economy of footwork, and no, that was. If he'd got out to that, then he wouldn't have relished looking at the replay. It was a bit of a, as Kevin says, a bit of a nothing shot, no man's land.
Which is a nice spot, actually, down in the New Forest. No man's land. It is, lovely.
Is it?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, it's a place.
And oh, that came back at quite a lot. Fortunately, from Wesley's point of view, well, from the preservation of his wicket point of view, it came back and hit it fairly high above the pad level. From his personal comfort point of view, it might not be so good, but at least he's still there.
Well, it did nip back, didn't it?
It did, didn't it? Yeah, came back a lot.
Good cricket pitch there. I've played cricket there.
Oh, right. Yeah. And what's the name of the ground?
It's No Man's Land.
Oh,
it's
it's
a place sort of just south of Salisbury. I'll look it up, actually.
All right.
But I've played cricket there, yeah.
And that's just pushed out on the offside. What, club cricket, a charity match? Or?
Yeah, just a sort of a one-off game, really. It wasn't a charity game. I was just playing for a mate's 11, I think, if I can remember rightly. It was a long time ago.
I remember years and years ago getting kicked by a New Forest pony. And that was,
did you really?
Yes.
What, when you were out and you wouldn't go?
That's right. That's it. That would be a good deterrent, wouldn't it? Yes.
Just get the pony on to kick you off.
That's clipped, although I think probably off the pad. In fact, yes, it is. The umpire is about to signal pad for one leg by. Just going to look up to see who the umpires were. We still don't have any scorecards.
It's Martin Saggers.
Oh, is it? Thank you.
And somebody Watts. I can't remember his first name at the moment. Martin Saggers, of course, recognising former Kent bowler. The other guy I didn't recognise. Funny, if Jeff Arnold, who's here scouting, the former England and Surrey, I mean, he didn't quite know the other umpire too much either.
Yes, I was having quite a chat with him at lunchtime. We somehow got onto the subject of sheepdog trials. I can't remember why.
What, with Jeff Arnold?
Yes.
Well, all those test wickets he took, all those games for England, you were talking about sheepdog trials.
Well, we did at one stage. Only briefly, we touched upon it.
Did you tell him that you're the only man, a BBC commentator in England?
I did, actually. I had to get that over, yes.
That commentated.
He seemed singularly unimpressed.
You probably aren't the only one, actually. Probably somebody in Wales has done that. Scott.
Oh. And I think Nick's just about to take me off air after my half-hour stint. So, 97 for 5, with Wesley not out 30, and the other one's just been taken off the screen. Rossington not out 22, and Nick Gledhill will take over.
Thank you. Just to prove, No Man's Land is a small village in Wiltshire, England, close to the county border with Hampshire. Part of the parish of Landford and lies about 3.5 miles southeast of Redlinch and 10 miles southeast of the city of Salisbury. That's for the benefit of listeners around this area. More than listeners on the south coast, of course, will know No Man's Land a little more than that. So, yeah, very pleasant area. That's Dawson bowls. That's turned away on the onside by Wesley for a single, and the captain moves on to 40 now. That's come off 96 deliveries, 98 for 5 now. Essex, and Dawson's at the start of his 4th over and conceded just 6 runs. He's got a short leg in here for Rossington. Slip is Vince. I think the short leg is Donald. As Rossington pushes forward out on the offside. Welcome back, Nick.
Yeah, hello, Kevin. And Rossington's played well against Barker, and generally Essex will be quite pleased at how things have started since lunch.
Yeah, definitely.
200 plus here to try and bring Harbour into the game.
Oh yes, oh yes. Yeah, 56 for 5 when these two came together. That's flighted, and that's turned on the onside by Rossington, but only up to mid-on, where Ian Holland is the fielder there.
Yeah, we had a fourth wicket stand of 40, didn't we? So it was a similar sort of area here.
It is, isn't it? 42, isn't it, this one? Is that right?
Yeah.
There's Dawson again then. Bowls Rossington forward, and that's gone out to short extra cover.
It looks, the pitch looks to be a pretty good balance between bat and ball, much more so than those pitches you've just talked about in the first 3 games.
Yeah, definitely. Batting does look a little easier at the moment, although the odd one is still giving the bowlers some encouragement. That's driven a little stronger this time to mid-on, but still no run.
It's a game really that Essex, you know, if they are going to, without any sort of a challenge, they're going to have to, well, probably need at least 6 wins from the last 8 games, including this one and Surrey, are both mandatory.
Forward Rossington, it's out on the onside, end of the over, 98 for 5.
You might argue it's even a bit too late now, but 50-odd points behind with a game in hand. If you can beat the 2 sides at the top of the table, you've still just got a chance, still just enough time. But those 3 flat pitches here certainly depriving any chance of a result. Okay, there's plenty of bonus points around for batting, but may find that hasn't helped the Essex cause. They have won 2 of the 3 away from home, and of course Adam Rossington was instrumental in, even not with a particularly high score, but when they were 84 for 9 in that 4th innings, it was Rossington really who held them together. His actual returns for Essex, both in the T20 and the Championship with the bat, are particularly impressive, 150. Certainly that was a very important innings at Taunton. Here's Barker bowling and Wesley on the drive, sends it away for 4 through the covers. That's a nice shot, lent into that one, slightly over pitched, and it's an indication that there is value for shots on this wicket, so that's one thing that I'm sure we'll bear in mind later. But 100 up in the 39th over, and a little bit of a recovery. Tom Wesley, really, as I say, he's been short of the major score this season. I think 80 is his highest so far, but this would be an ideal day to put that right in a quite tricky situation. Big gap in the infield on the leg side. Parker bowls it outside the off stump, and there is no shot offered. Yes, he's been relatively quiet with the bat in the Championship this season, Tom Wesley, but I say there's no time like the present from his point of view to put that right.
He's played well.
Yeah, and critically, kept things going when things were really up against it at 16 for 3. Here is Barker bowling to him. He leaves the lane outside the off stump. So the 150, that was a score of 80, and other than that, fairly meagre returns, although his average is 34, so it's not too bad. Got just gone past 300 runs for the season, but he'd normally back himself maybe to have 100 or 2 by now. So a great chance perhaps to get off the mark today. And if Essex were to mount a proper recovery here and get somewhere beyond 250, then given what we've seen on the pitch, then unless it does change character, then that could be quite a good score. It's Barker from the Hayes close end bowls, and Wesley whips it away into that gap we were talking about on the onside, where there's nobody apart from a mid-on. Goes all the way out to deep mid-wicket, and a single accrues, so 103 for 5. As Hampshire strive for this breakthrough after lunch.
Yeah, it just feels like there's not quite as much happening with the ball.
No, certainly. Well, the replacement ball hasn't offered too much, has it?
Hasn't offered anything. From the looks of it, 79 for 5 when it was taken.
It might be that they picked the wrong one, or Vince the only slip. Here. Oh, that's one popped up, and Rossington was in danger of hitting that straight back to Barker. It popped up. In the end, it took the top half of the bat and fell safe, well short of Barker in his follow through, but there's a little bit of variable bounce.
Was there, wasn't it? The first time we've seen one for a little while.
It often is from the Hayes close end, not so much from the river end, but from the Hayes close end in particular, you'll often see variable bounce, and that one prodigious. And Rossington did well to sort of keep it to ground fairly quickly. Here's Barker going round the wicket to him, and he plays a nice drive away up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So Rossington sign from Northants to say yet to sort of make the big contribution in the T20 that perhaps might have been expected, but without sort of getting eye-catching scores, he had made 1 or 2 valuable contributions in the championship. 103 for 5, Wesley 45, Rossington has 22, and yeah, this is heading up towards a 50 partnership, so looking good from an Essex point of view, or certainly a lot better.
Yeah. Is it? I mean, long term, is he going to sort of keep wicket, Rossington? I mean, Pepper keeps wicket as well, doesn't he?
Yes, and basically had an impact on Wheater, I think.
Yeah. Here's Dawson on the back foot there. Wesley pushes out into the covers.
And we'll mention Wheater again shortly, but his decision to retire came fairly early in the season. Once it was clear that Rossington was established behind the stumps, he couldn't play against Northants, of course, because it was his parent club.
Dawson in again and steering that off the back foot, but only as far as Organ at extra cover.
But certainly they've got Pepper as another keeping option. So it's a slightly bizarre early season. They're playing both Wheater and Rossington. In fact, effectively going in with 2 keepers, but we were both played a very similar role with the bat in the middle order and 3 seamers. Didn't quite feel right.
Dawson again. Oh, it's turned. Beating the outside edge. Forward prod there from Wesley. We saw that with Dawson's first over before lunch. And that's probably about the second time we've seen one pitch and go past the outside edge. Not huge turn, but enough.
Yeah, certainly indications there's some assistance here.
It is, isn't it? Dawson bowls again. Forward, Wesley plays that back to Dawson.
So BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us, or at Solent Sport. And you're on BBC Essex and also BBC Radio Solent here at Chelmsford on day 1, afternoon session.
And on the live picture feed as well.
Yeah.
Essex Cricket website's going out to the Hampshire website as well, as that's off the back foot and turned to Holland at mid on no run.
Nice to have that back with us for our pictures anyway in here.
We've got the picture feed right in front of us. No excuses to miss anything. Forward plays that into the ground, fielded by Donald at short leg. End of Dawson's over. None for 6 from 5 overs. And Essex 103 for 5.
Yes, we hadn't mastered the volume control in here, so while I was doing our lunchtime reports, they were accompanied by some music we couldn't get rid of. The easiest thing we thought to do was to switch it on and off again, which is seems to have worked. At least it's a great innovation, and as I say, I know a lot of people enjoy watching the pictures, and it just adds a little something to it. So, well, Hampshire obviously a little bit frustrated that they've had this partnership they've got to deal with. The last wicket fell at 56, so they've added 47, these two. Still going to be Barker. Vince just making a few adjustments in the field. But certainly Essex needed a partnership of some sort of substance after being 16 for 3 and 56 for 5. And looks like these two are providing it. It'll be a good day for Rossington to make his first sort of major contribution with the bat for Essex.
Change of bowling.
Yeah, it is. It might be Barker, but it's not going to be Abbott now, I think, isn't it? So a bit of a change, and here is Rossington off the back foot, steering into the offside, and there's no run. Plenty of options available to James Vince, including James Fuller. And if things get really desperate, himself, but that'll be a long way down the line.
Gosh, he hasn't bowled for a while.
But he's also got Felix Organ. And on the spin side, he potentially might get an outing, particularly in the second innings.
Yeah.
Does he bowl much, Organ?
He does, yeah. Usually when Barker's made a bit more rough.
Yes, yeah. So a while yet, as this is played up into the offside. Obviously, Paul Walter, left-arm seamer, will maybe bowl a few overs for Essex, but their game plan will probably be he doesn't bowl that much, and it's going to be with 3 seamers with Harmer and maybe a bit of Lawrence. Even Lawrence could be a bit of a danger on this pitch as time goes on. His bowling is certainly come on leaps and bounds. It's not quite enough of an advert to get him into the England side, though. He needs to get a few, obviously, building that 100 he got at Old Trafford. Unfortunately, missed out today. 2 slips waiting, And Abbott bowls. Oh, it's bowled him! Lovely piece of bowling. Nipped, I think, between bat and pad. And Rossington bowled by Abbott. The change worked to switch Abbott back on at that Hayes close end. And Rossington's promising knock ends on 22. Been very good against Keith Barker. But that one just seemed to cut back and go between bat and pad. And it's knocked over Rossington. A wicket at a good time for Hampshire. Again, they've broken a partnership in the 40s. Rossington goes for 22, Wesley is 45, it's 103 for 6.
Yeah, it may kept a fraction low a little bit, but Rossington's trying to play that from the crease a little bit, so any variation there, whether it's cutting back a fraction, keeping low a fraction, which he probably did a little bit of both, wasn't really in a position to keep that out. So whilst he's sort of in the end, he's sort of bending down and pushing the bat there, and you think, well, that's a wicked delivery. I'm not so sure it was a wicked delivery. It was a good delivery, but I think he just from playing from the crease, he's made it a lot harder to play than getting forward. When Abbott blows those nip backers, you've got to try and get forward if you can. You can't be moving forward too early, of course, but he's not easy to keep out. We've seen that over a number of years. But yeah, good change of bowling, because I was just calculating Barker's figures after lunch. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23 that spell from that far end. So I guess with Essex in the situation they were in, even though there was a bit of a recovery, it warranted a change.
Yeah, and just looking at that's 6 wickets, so it means that Hampshire have taken 2 bonus bowling points, which I think cuts the lead at the top of the championship at the moment to 1 point.
Okay.
It started on 3, didn't it? So
yeah.
Now I can tell you that I do fancy Surrey to extend that, because they're 173 for 2. So, so I do think they'll start to make some progress with the bat in terms of bringing back that advantage. But for the time being, Hampshire are 1 point off the pace. So it's going to be Harmer to face Abbott. 2 slips backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and fine leg. And Harmer comes forward and plays defensively up into the offside, and no run. And Harmer, who's had not much to work with in terms of bowling here at Chelmsford, has actually been pretty good with the bat. He's had a good campaign so far. I think he's averaging in the high 20s. And on a score of 75, I can remember. So he's had a pretty good campaign with the bat, all told, and it could be another good day for him to show those skills. Yeah, 75 not out his best, averaging 27, 28. Here he hits this uppishly, but wide of mid-wicket, probably for just a single, because there is a man at deep mid-wicket who'll cut off any chance of a second. But that was a little bit uppish, and Carl Abbott was thinking, oh, maybe could emulate Holland with 2 wickets and then over there, but not quite.
Well, he averages 24, Harmer, doesn't he? So any season where you're increasing your career average is a good one. And
of course, we wait and see as to what involvement he'll have with the South African. I don't think there's been any announcement yet about the South African touring party. Of course, 3 different tourists here this season. There's outside the off stump, and there's no run. And yeah, Wesley 45, Harmer 104 for 6. We'll give you the casting vote, Kevin, because me and Dick were discussing earlier. Dick thinks it's not a bad thing that India are here for that Test match. I think the whole thing is, I'm just a little bit unhappy about it because of the pressure it's going to put on the all-format players in terms of congesting these one-day games even closer together. And let's just hope that we don't have a situation like this again, where a 5th Test match is about to be played. The crowd are sort of making their way to the ground. The game's called off. So,
well, that's a nightmare. Yeah, I mean that is a nightmare. But at the end of the day, I would have thought
money talks. Yeah.
Well, it does, but also I think the way the England team are playing at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean,
it just
more
so
Test
happens,
matches is absolutely ideal.
It just so happens it's actually played into hands. But no, what it does do, though, is increase the workload on the player. The players should be saying, this is all great, but we're not playing in 2 weeks of the 100. That's what I would do if I was in the Players' Union.
Yeah. Here's Dawson then, start of a new over, bowling to Harmer, who pushes that up towards mid-wicket. I mean, you're right. I mean, how much is too much? I don't think anybody's really come up with a definitive answer on that. But I have to say, if you can squeeze in some more test matches at the moment. I don't think that's a bad thing entertainment-wise, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day, as Harmer again pushes that out towards straightish mid-wicket.
Well, there was talk of going to a 6-test match, but it never seems to happen. I mean, 7 tests helps, because if you are going to play 5 against India, and I say I'm not sold on that, I think it should be 4 tests against India and 5 one-day internationals, but it does give another side a chance to come and play 2 tests.
Yeah, that's true. Dawson bowls. Again, he's sort of attacking that middle and leg line, and Harmer watchfully plays that back to the bowler.
In terms of Harmer, you expect him to be in the South African squad, but he might only play at Old Trafford because Maharaj is a better batsman.
Right, but he's back in the side now, isn't he?
Played in that, played in the spring.
Yeah. Dawson again, it's Fuller, and it's driven by Harmer up to mid-off.
Harmer might argue he's closing on Maharaj in terms of batting, so, but Maharaj very much the senior spinner in the side. But it would be great to see Simon Harmer play a test match in England, it really would. And Old Trafford would be a good venue for it.
Maybe he's trying to prove a point, and his average is going up because of it in this championship. Dawson again flights that, it's quite full, and Harmer just angles the bat out to backward a point. Barker fields.
Yeah, if you look at the bowling stats for Essex, you'll see Harmer way down on what he normally has, but it was Old Trafford was the first pitch that suited him. A typical Old Trafford, it had bounce, and it really, really helped him.
It's like concrete there at times.
Good cricket wicket there.
I feel your stud's going into the, well, not actually going into the turf, as that's played back to the bowler by Harmer. End of the over. Another maiden for Dawson. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 6, and Essex are 104 for 6.
Talking of good cricket wickets, you've had some at the Aegeus Bowl this season. I think they've generally been, conducive to a result in 4 days. The Lancashire game was beautifully set up with a 350 run chase, and it rained on the last day, but they've been very good, haven't they?
They have, and Simon the groundsman there, who's only I think about 2 seasons in there, and I had a chat with him actually funny enough the other week, and trying to get a bit more pace into the wickets, a bit more pace and bounce, and I think recently we've seen that, definitely.
Yeah, which is always a good sign. So it's going to be Abbott. 1 wicket down since lunch. 104 for 6, that was Rossington. So Harmer has joined Wesley. Snater has capabilities with the bat. But he don't want to rely on him too much. His delivery is just cutting back into Wesley outside the off stump. Essex, well, they'd like to get to 200 because it just gives them a bit more to work with in terms of bringing Harmer into the game. The difficult thing would be if they got less than that. Hampshire made a good start and they forced to set defensive fields to Harmer. That must be the Hampshire game plan.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Harmer's the one I think that would definitely be on the minds of the Hampshire players.
Yeah.
If he's setting attacking fields, then it's even worse, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's Abbott bowls, and that's hit by West. He's playing really nicely here, up towards deep mid wicket for a single. I mean, it so happens that Matt Critchley, who's been probably the player of the campaign in the T20 for Essex, got injured at the time that Dan Lawrence came back. But it would have been a real challenge to work out who would have been left out of the Essex side. Probably Cushy or Wesley. And Wesley didn't actually bat in the last game, so he's sort of hanging on to his place in the T20 side, but very much a key player as captain in this side.
Very correct player, isn't he?
So it's going to be Abbott with 2 slips, bowls outside the off stump and cutting back into Harmer. And Daryl Mitchell is not going to get his 400s. He's out, LBW to Potts for 56. So what a great performance from him during the course of the series. Blundell is 53, 274 for 6, and the lead is 243.
Gosh, Potts has jumped to the top of the queue, hasn't he?
Yeah.
All the seamers.
Yeah,
A lot of them are injured, of course, but my word, he's jumped up the pecking order.
And the thing, what England have tried has generally worked. I mean, that's one thing that's certainly true. As this is played by Harmer, maybe just kept a bit low, plays it up towards mid wicket, and there's no run. I mean, had Mark Church with us on Friday, was able to talk about Jamie Overton's day. In the second one, he was forced to play bowl short balls or told to bowl short balls at South. He was whacking him all over the place, and then of course he makes 96, 97 with the bat himself. So extraordinary debut, but he's obviously got a lot of talent. And what England have tried, you could say Zach Crawley a little bit unproven at the moment in terms of his performances as an opener, but generally have worked out. That's a played with an angled bat down towards backward point at no run. even the one that I was convinced that they were unwise to go back to, which is Pope at 3, when he's never batted at 3 for Surrey. He managed to get 100 on that flat wicket at Trent Bridge, so it sort of worked out for them a little bit.
It certainly has.
And obviously, I think a lot of people reckon that maybe Ben Stokes has certainly showed some very good tactical acumen, not much captaincy experience, but can't really fault the way he's gone. 2 slips waiting on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent, as this is cutting in from outside the off stump and left alone by Harmer. 105 for 6, so an unsatisfactory scorecard from the Essex point of view, but if they can get close to 200, it could be one of those low scoring games that we've been used to in recent seasons here, and one Simon Harmer currently at the crease could be a key player should we get to that particular position in the game. Brown 0, Cook 5 and Lawrence 2. It was 16 for 3, and the 2 wickets in the Ian Holland over with Walter 24, Pepper no score, and then Rossington out for 22 to Kyle Abbott, brought back on at the Hayes Close end. Liam Dawson from the River End will bowl with a slip and a short leg. That's a beauty. That's got bounce. There's, I think, appeal for a catch behind. Simon Harmer looking on with interest from a non-striker's end. But tell you what, there's something in the pitch for the spinners at this stage, and Liam Dawson's a pretty good one, but the non-striker is also a very, very prolific spinner, and it's going to be, I think, quite a challenge for the batsmen of both sides as this game goes on. That one definitely got a bit of bounce. Dawson bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. Appeal for LBW. Very confident out. There was quite a long wait before Wesley was given out there. It looked a very, very concerted shout. But spinners in the game here, and Simon Harmer looking on from a non-striker's end, thinking, well, we could do with a few more runs to really make it a bit more comfortable for me, because at the moment Essex looks short, 105 for 7. And Wesley, who's held the innings together, is LBW to Liam Dawson for 46, and it's 105 for 7. And welcome back to Dick Davis.
Yes, thanks, Nick. Yeah, so well, Wesley had played very well for his 46, and he'd well mounted a strong rearguard action when he came in. Essex were in deep trouble. They're still in a fair amount of trouble, but not as bad as it was. And yeah, the wicket's doing a lot of things. It's taking turn, it's lifting at times, it's keeping low at times. So
it's a bit like old times.
It is a bit like old times, yes. So yeah, if you've got tickets for what's the day? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If you've got tickets for Wednesday, I suggest you might start thinking of doing something else.
But it's really interesting cricket for the spectators. I know Essex aren't doing well at the moment. They may do later on. But the problem with those first 3 games, Dick, I know people were, oh, could we possibly make enough runs to get bowl North House? Not a chance of that. There was never enough chance in the game for anything really to happen in those 3 games, and therefore only of limited interest to the spectators, because the bowlers are never really in the game. At least here we're seeing some nice shots from time to time.
Oh, we have.
The game is moving on quickly, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's going to be Snater. It'll be interesting to see how he plays.
Well, I'll be surprised if he doesn't play any way other than what we've got accustomed to over the last year or two, which is basically hit it hard.
So he's going to take strike. And well, last course of time he was really seen was trying to bowl at England, and in that to One Day International, where they went for almost 500. But back at Chelmsford with a slipper gully and a short leg, and Liam Dawson to bowl to him, and he just props forward and just steers it past the short leg. That's quite nicely placed actually, because there's a chance of a second run, but Harmer doesn't want it. No. Sends him back.
Yes, I mean, Kevin and I were talking about that. Kevin pointed out that he bowled his 10 overs and got hit for 99 runs, but then the more we went into it, we thought, well, yeah, that was about par for the course, really, because they were going at they did go at almost 10 and over.
Yeah, it's almost like a T20 game over the, if you think 200's a good score in T20, and 500 could become the new norm in 50 overs. But takes a bit of doing. Harmer backs away. He's going to experience some spin. Quite pleased to see some spin being effective at Chelmsford this year, because he hasn't had much to work with himself.
No.
But he'll know that Essex need a few more runs to really bring him into the game, and here he drives pleasantly to mid-on. There's no run. Surrey 186 for 2 after Kent bravely sent them in. Hashimamla is 68, Ben Geddes 44. Big third wicket stand. But Kent, of course, have gone the distance virtually in every first innings opposition score this season. That's played defensively up into the offside, and there is no run. Northampton 183 for 4 at Northampton. That's a bit of a mid-table clash against Warwickshire. Rob Keogh 44 not out there. That's the last game for Essex at Northampton in distant late September. This is played by Harmer from the crease up into the offside, and there's no run. And in the delayed start at Bristol, Gloucestershire 69 for 1 against Lancashire. They'll be looking for a win there to keep their challenge going. Chris Dent is 32 not out. Here at Chelmsford, we've seen, well, basically all the bowlers for Hampshire contributing. In fact, we've now had, what, 5 different wicket takers? That's right. 106 for 7, Snater 1 and Harmer 1, and we've had 44 overs.
Well, yes, that's the point, isn't it? There's something in it for everybody. Whatever the style you bowl, whether you bowl seam or whether you bowl spin, there's something there to give you more than a little encouragement. We're going to see Abbott continuing from the far end, the Hayes Close end, bowling to Snater, who has 1 to his name off the one delivery he faced. And Abbott moves in now and bowls. And again, as one would come to expect, as I said a little while ago, you know, Snater drives that hard. It was straight to the man at mid-on, but it was played with authority, stretching his legs a little bit before taking up his stance again in the crease.
You just feel Essex need another 50 here, Dick, at least, don't you? Really,
well, I was thinking 200 ideally, but maybe that's a bit pie in the sky at this stage. But,
Wesley's out, yeah.
Yeah, Abbott moves in. But, well, it turned him round, him being Snater, turned Snater round completely, trying to clear it, turn it round to the leg side. It squared him up, got a leading edge, and it ballooned only just out of the reach of Kyle Abbott, away to his right.
I wonder how many wickets we're going to see today. It's a bit like the pictures of the last few seasons. Hampshire will be hoping for a very simple answer, 10.
Yes, no more.
No more than that. But it's certainly... there has been some strokes played, but this is much more reminiscent of those pitches that we saw over the last 3 or 4 seasons.
Yes, as Abbott moves in again and bowls to Snater, who gets a thick inside half of the bat on that, and it trickles out on the onside just forward of square. No addition to the score of 106 for 7.
I say no bad thing, because you know, you can't threaten to win a championship if you can't win at home, and clearly the pitches in the first 3 games weren't conducive to a result to either side. So at least this sort of pitch, you are going to not necessarily get a lot of batting points, but a chance of getting a result.
Well, yes, yeah, I agree with you entirely. It's good to see it's become so much more a batting game than a bowling game, and every version of this game, you know, we're getting accustomed to seeing batting records broken. It's very rarely that we see bowling records broken nowadays. As that's short of a length, pulled away over mid-wicket for 4 runs. May not have timed that absolutely to perfection, but certainly well enough to hit it over the head of the infield, and it clattered across the boundary at mid-wicket, just to the left-hand end of the community stand, I think it's called, promoting the merits of a local public school 10 miles or so from here.
Yeah, he can hit the ball hard,
He can.
Snater.
Not a big man.
I was thinking that Holland might have been relying on him to get that 500.
Yes. And again, well, it was again in as much as it was short of a length, and Snater tried to pull it away to the leg side, but it didn't come off entirely. But he picked up a run down to long leg. But I think he was looking more or less for a carbon copy of the shot that preceded it. But he got another run to take him on to 6.
It's interesting he didn't play in the T20 game on Friday, when you think he probably would have been available. But as it turned out, playing Beard was a very smart move.
Yes,
he played wonderfully well. Nice to have a chat to him as well for the first time at the end of the game.
Oh, he's a nice lad, isn't he?
Yeah.
And that's just played defensively by Harmer, trickles out. Oh, misfield at backward point. No apparent excuse for the misfield, and so they do take a single. And it means that Harmer keeps on the strike, because that's the end of the over, end of the 45th over, and Essex, having won the toss and chosen to batter, 112 for 7.
And obviously very much Hampshire's day so far. Vince will certainly want to see the back of Essex for 150 here, because you'll know that one of the dangers to Hampshire is going to be Harmer bowling to attacking fields, and the one way that they can make it difficult, or very difficult, for Tom Westley is if Hampshire made a good start, so that basically Westley will be thinking about having to conserve runs, as you know, particularly at the time that Harmer comes on. So it'll be interesting. Dawson just makes a slight adjustment to his field. He wants mid-off slightly wider. Slip and a short leg as he bowls. There's an attempted sweep here for Harmer. It's going to be a leg by, quickly taken run. Had that been a direct hit, I think it would have been a tight run thing, but I think Harmer's pretty quick between the wickets. And you've not heard anything about the South African touring party yet, have you?
No, I haven't, not a word, no.
So we shall look out for that. It so happens that Harmer would probably only miss 2 championship games, because of when the tour is. It clashes partly with the 100. But he miss certainly Kent at Canterbury, and possibly quite significantly Lancashire here, which I think is the game after that. No, actually it's Yorkshire, isn't it? Yorkshire at Headingley, so probably might be back for Lancashire here. As this is hit slightly uppishly, but past short leg. Interesting that there'd been a backward short leg, but it goes down to backward square leg, and there's no run. So Dawson about to come in again with his left arm spin, certainly getting some purchase from this wicket. Bounce and turn, bit of drift, and here's a very good well executed sweep shot in front of square. That's a really fine stroke from Snater. He's picked that up on length and hit it with great certainty in front of square, on the ground for 4. It's a very good shot indeed. It takes him to 10, 117 for 7, and a Snater cameo is probably just what Essex need here.
Yes, and that was certainly just what the doctor ordered, as they say.
So, warm sunshine, it's not hot, it's very, very pleasant. As Dawson bowls, and down the pitch, that's attempted, first of all, an attempted shot from Snater. It flies to first slip, but not off the bat. He's out of his ground. First slip, Vince tries to throw down the stumps, but Snater is back. A lot of flurry of activity there, but in the end, it's a dot ball.
Presumably, the keeper missed it. I mean, I couldn't quite see.
I'd like to see a replay of that, but it did fly to Vince at first slip, and I wonder if it just came off the keeper's gloves. Or it turned appreciably. That's the other thing.
Yes.
That's it, played defensively back down the pitch and no run. Yes, would have been quite. It seemed to have hit the pad, and then he thought, yes, flown to first slip, and then basically Snater wasn't quite sure where he was, and Vince looked to throw down the stumps. Slip and a short leg and a short extra. As Dawson bowls, and off the back foot, this is played on the bounce to the short extra, and there is no run. So a little bit of excitement there in the Test match. New Zealand are 282 for 6 with Tom Blundell on 60. They lead by 251, and here Essex are 117 for 7. They were 16 for 3 at one point. Snater 10 and Harmer has 2, and the wickets shared amongst the Hampshire bowlers.
Yep. Good to see a splendid recovery from New Zealand again. Well, in my opinion, yes. I mean, you want to make the most of this weather, and you want to go the game to go the distance for the Yorkshire crowd.
Mitchell's missed his 400, sadly, but that would have been quite something. But he's the man out today.
Still going to be seeing Kyle Abbott from the far end, the Hayes Close end. Moves in now. Bowls. Oh, and that reared as well, and hit Harmer in the lower abdomen. Doesn't seem to be causing too much distress, but maybe more than he makes obvious. Maybe he's being the brave soldier.
Yeah, it's amazing how Mitchell has dominated in particular, dominated New Zealand batting. I mean, I was looking forward to seeing Henry Nicholls, who I'd seen sort of bat for New Zealand, and thinking, oh, really good player. Done nothing on this.
No, he hasn't.
Had odd ways of getting out.
Well, he was
that ricochet catch in the first innings.
Oh, that was so unlucky. Yes. Abbott moves in, bowls to Harmer, who picks up a single, or maybe probably two, down towards third man. It runs away down that slight slope towards the boundary underneath the Tom Pearce stand, but yeah, they just take the 2 runs.
It's interesting, as mentioned on Friday evening, John Holder, the experienced umpire, was in the Test match special box at lunchtime, I think on either Friday or Saturday, and dealing with all these odd queries about various things in umpiring, and what would have happened if the ball had hit the umpire from the straight drive from Nicholls and then rebounded to the field. It would still have been out.
Still been out, yes. That's played out to mid-on. No addition to the score. Yes, whatever it hits, it doesn't make any difference. So,
if the umpire had caught it and then thrown it to the field at mid-on, it would still have been out, but there might have been a few discussions afterwards.
Well, yes.
Yes, that would have been quite interesting.
So there are some bizarre ways of getting out, apart from the 9 or 10 I think it is, official ways, or among those 10 official ways. That's just pushed out the offside.
Michael Biswell, you make a good point on bbcessexcricket@gmail.com about the lack of batting points for Essex this season. Yep, you're right. I think it's a total that might be described as derisory. I think it's about 8. Given the 3 flat pitches at Chelmsford, it's not good. Let's be absolutely brutally honest about that. And yeah, so yeah, that's partly due to the fact they were scoring quite slowly, but the nature of the pitches. But yeah, certainly not a good return with the bat in terms of points.
Abbott to Harmer down the leg side. A 1 day wide, but it's a 4-day match scheduled for 4. So the score remains on 119 for 7, with Snater not out 10 and Harmer not out 4.
Yes, 8 batting points, and the next lowest is Somerset on 12. Somerset, of course, have had a pretty rocky time, apart from a couple of matches with the bat, and even Northampton are Gloucestershire propping the rest up by 20 points. They've managed 14 batting points, so yeah, has to be said, it's not a good total that for Essex.
Abbott to Harmer. Oh, well, that rears as well, and it bounces once before it gets to James Vince at first slip. So, yeah, a little bit of discomfort for Harmer, but on the other hand, a little bit of encouragement for what it might offer him later in the day, or later in the next few days. End of the over, 119 for 7.
And yet the curious thing, Michael, is that you know, I've been, I would say, fortunate to see most of the Essex cricket away from home, because I wouldn't have particularly enjoyed some of the championship cricket here because of the one-sided nature for the batting sides. But obviously I wasn't at Taunton, Dick was, but that was a remarkable game of cricket, which of course ended by lunch on the 3rd day. Edgbaston, I think Essex probably didn't have the right balance of side. And but Old Trafford, they played really, really well. And although the points returns are meagre in terms of batting and to a lesser extent bowling, that was a fine performance. It really was, against one of the fancied sides. Not for the first time at Old Trafford. They won their last visit there as well.
Yes.
So it's going to be Dawson, 119 for 7. Bowls and off the back foot and driven away up towards Abbott at mid-off. You did the first couple of days of that one, didn't you? I did. And yeah, thoroughly good performance. They managed to bowl Lancashire out for about 100, which was remarkable, wasn't it?
It certainly was. It was a splendid few days up there. I also looked in on the 3rd day, I remember.
Yeah, and they got a good score there. So yeah, the overall points not good, particularly the batting, but that showed what Essex could do, and Jamie Porter was very good in that game. A shame he's not playing in this one. Here's Dawson bowling, and sees a dive across the crease from Dawson as it's driven by Harmer. It's parried away up towards Ian Holland, and there's no run. 120 for 7, and we're in the 48th over. Can't really criticise slow scoring for Essex today because of the wickets that have gone down. That's driven away up towards mid-off for a single. But yeah, it's a curiosity, the fact the pitches have been so flat here, but Essex haven't managed to get a lot of batting points. But one way or another, this is a much more interesting cricket wicket. Hampshire on top at the moment, a slip and a short mid-wicket. And this is down the pitch and lofted over mid-on. That's going up towards the Tom Pearce stand and will bounce just short. But Snater here taking the long handle to Dawson, and it has to be the right approach, you feel, just to try and get Essex up towards 160, 170 if they can. 125 for 7, but a calculated aggression from Snater.
He did execute the shot very well, though, and there's nobody down there on that boundary, so it was safe once he cleared the infield.
Vince keeping the field up. Snater just playing a nice little stroke past the square leg umpire, and will take a single out towards deep mid-wicket. So 126 for 7. Snater's had a pretty good season with the bat as well in the championship. He's on 15, Harmer 5. A little bit of a partnership starting to develop. 125 for 7 in the 48th as Dawson bowls, and that one's flatter one. It's played defensively by Harmer up into the offside, and there's no run. 5 to Harmer and 15 to Snater on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent. 126 for 7, 48 overs.
This partnership's now put on 21, which, you know, it's no great shakes, but in the context of 126 for 7, it's very useful runs, and probably the last to come of the record. Well, no, Beard can bat a bit. And Cook we've seen can bat a bit, but Leach we've seen.
Jack Leach has got Michael Bracewell for 9. That's 7 wickets in the match for Leach, and it's 291 for 7 New Zealand.
As Abbott continues his spell from the Hayes close end, moves in, bowls to Snater, who goes onto the front foot and then lifts the bat out of the way as it goes through the wicket keeper.
So I suspect it's going to be a target of close to 300 for England, and much will depend on whether they can resist Trent Boult a little bit better than they did on Friday afternoon. A remarkable spell of bowling. And, it could be key. I think for 55 for 6 again. I don't think miracles will happen twice.
Abbott again bowled, and totally mistimes that one. Snater probably looking to hit it through the covers, and finished up just squirting out to mid-on. No addition to the score.
Michael, you're certainly right that the bonus points haven't been flying in for Essex this season, and it can, of course, when you get towards the end of the season, be very crucial. But I suppose they all add up over the campaign.
Yes. Abbott to Snater. Snater gets on top of the bounce and just plays it out square on the offside into a gap that's large enough to accommodate the taking of a single. Bringing Harmer down to the business end, who hasn't seen too much of the strike lately since Snater came in. Harmer has 5 to his name off 26 deliveries. Just taking guard again, or marking his guard in the crease, or thereabouts. As Abbott moves in, bowls, and Harmer comes down on that. Just grateful to lay bat on ball, and it trickles out to mid-on where it's fielded by Barker.
And Surrey is still going along very well at the Oval, 215 for 2. That third wicket pair have now put on 145. That's Hashim Amla 85 not out, and Ben Geddes on 51. So another long day in the field for the Kent attack, which has been the story of their season.
Harmer lifts his bat out of the way, and it goes through the wicketkeeper Ben Brown, who takes it down towards his left boot. Left pad. Keepers wear different pads from those worn by batsmen nowadays.
Generally speaking, it's been a good day for the batsmen everywhere other than here, because Northand's 209 for 4. A bit of a mid-table clash against Warwickshire. Keogh 53 not out. And mention the Gloucestershire game in a moment.
Abbott to Harmer, who plays that defensively off the front foot. It just makes its way out to mid-off at a gentle pace. There's no attempt to score a run. And the over reaches its conclusion with Essex having won the toss and chosen to bat. 127 for 7, with Snater not out 17 and Harmer not out 5.
Let's do one more over and then bring Kevin back in. Yeah, Gloucester 84 for 1 after 31 overs against Lancashire at Bristol. Yeah, generally speaking, the batsmen are doing well, as they are indeed in the top of the table clash in Division 2. Nottinghamshire 180 for 2 against Middlesex, and Hasib Hamid is 83 not out. Joe Clark is 40 not out in that one. So batsmen generally doing pretty well. So that's first ball of a new over from Dawson, just played away up towards deep mid wicket by Snater for a single. And it'll be interesting to see if he does get back on strike against Dawson, whether he attempts to go to the well. Nottinghamshire, Middlesex, well, they're not quite sure what they're playing for. It could be 2 of the places in a top division of 12 next year. It's played along the ground towards square leg. They get a single, so runs just starting to come. 2 singles off the first 2 balls of the over. 129 for 7. Seems to be the smart money at the moment is on a top division of 12 split into 2 divisions of 6 and 10 matches. Dawson bowls. It's just played from the crease up into the offside. And got a splendid plane, which is quite noisily making its way over the flats. That large plane as well over the flats of the to our left, just flying to the left of the of one of the floodlit pylons. And here, a nice forcing drive by Snater for a single past short mid wicket. And one more goes to the score. So nobody knows about relegation or promotion this year. It's also probably be announced a week before the season ends. Yes, and you'll probably find you've been relegated off the field. 130 for 7. Slip and a short leg, short extra, shortish mid wicket, mid on, cover, backward point, short fine leg, and deepish mid off. Dawson from the river end bowls, and played defensively back down the pitch. And there's no run. So interesting battle here. 2 wickets for Hampshire since lunch. Essex looking to get some sort of total that can bring their bowlers into the game. 130 for 7. Light, well, decent breeze actually. And it's played defensively up into the onside, but really perfect watching conditions. Around about 20 degrees. It's not a cold breeze, but it's a refreshing one. It's very, very nice for the spectators here at the county ground today. So where are we? Just coming up to 4 minutes to 3. We've still got 46 overs to go before tea, so that will be delayed as usual. So I'll probably be back at about 3:30, but for the next half hour, Dick to be rejoined by Kevin James.
Yeah, thanks Nick, very much indeed. With Essex 130 for 7, as he says. And it's still going to be Kyle Abbott from the, or is it? No, I'm just having a look. That's not Kyle Abbott. I think that's Wheel, but Kevin will identify him for sure. We still don't have any scorecards to help us. Which, we know they've been printed because there are members of the public who I think have them, but we haven't been graced with one, let alone 3. As Wheel it is, I think, from the far end, moves in, bowls, and Harmer drops his bat as he tries to make his ground into the crease, which he does. And I don't think he did himself too much good. In fact, Snater just coming down to say, "You okay?" And Harmer says, "Yep, I'm fine. I'm South African, I can take pain." So Wheel it is, scoreboard assures us. He moves in now, bowls. Outside the off stump, goes through to wicketkeeper Ben Brown, fairly low. Some are turning, some are lifting, some are scuttling through. not regularly, but it doesn't need to do it regularly. So much this game is played in the mind, as once the batsman gets to thinking, well, this ball might behave in one way or another, it sows seeds of doubt in his mind and can affect his play. And Kevin would know more about that than I, having played at this level. But that's pushed out of the offside. It does become as much a mental struggle as a physical struggle, doesn't it? When the ball sometimes is misbehaving.
Yeah, I mean it's always a mental one. That's
well,
for sure.
Yes.
It's I think the Hampshire bowlers have made it difficult.
Yes.
For the Essex batters, which is in a way I quite like the way Snater is playing, because he actually is looking to be positive, and I think out of all the Essex batters so far, I think he's the first one to be doing that.
Well, he is, yes. As Wheel moves in, bowls to Harmer, who goes forward totally defensively, just grateful to lay bat on ball, and it trickles out on the onside to where it's fielded on that bit of Hessian matting covered strip.
But you're right. There is the odd ball that just does a little bit more.
Yes.
Well, a little bit. You know, most of. I mean, that last ball. You know, it all looks pretty flat. You know, then all of a sudden one just bounces a little bit, one just keeps it low a little bit, and one just turns a fraction.
And that too is just played out by Harmer. Comes down it seemingly a little bit late, but gets in the way of it in time and pushes out.
But this is what the Hampshire bowlers have done well this season. You know, and if you can imagine this lot plus a Bass, you know, it's relentless. It's not quick, but it's just relentless. It's short of a length straight, short of a length straight, short of a length straight, and you know it does wear teams down, even when a couple of batters get in.
Yes.
So and that's what they've done very well this year.
Yeah, Wheel right arm over to the right-handed Harmer, who again just pushes forward, trickles out on the offside. Thank you, Andrew, for your email. I did track down who sent us a list of the shortest players. I think the list that's given is those who've played Test cricket. I suppose it would be virtually impossible for any scouring of any websites to determine anybody who's ever played at the professional level, but the shortest man apparently to play Test cricket was Kruger van Wyk, a New Zealander who was 4'9". But then we have the likes of Walter Comford of Essex, England rather, who was presumably pre-war.
Dawson comes in, Snater cuts away, and he's found the gap back with a point. Now, Felix Organ is out at deep cover. He will cut it off, but they'll pick up 2. In fact, they're going to pick up 3. Quite a big boundary away to our left. 3 runs it is. Takes the Essex total into 134 for 7.
Come back to the others at the end of the over. There's not time for such things when a slow bowler's bowling.
No, and they're not names that seem to roll off the tongue either, are they, really?
No. And, it doesn't give the years they played, but I'm pretty sure they're all international players.
Yeah, I can have a look actually while you're mentioning them. If you spell them out to me, I'll have a look. Dawson then to Harmer. Sweeps from fairly straight, and it's gone on the 45, and that's picked up. And there is no run. My word, that was straight. Just watch that. If you're watching the live picture feed, you can have another look at that, and probably leg stumpish maybe. But first time Harmer's really looked to play an attacking shot for a while as Dawson bowls on the back foot. As Harmer plays it back to the bowler.
Although Harmer's fully capable of playing very attacking shots.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Which is what I'm saying. You know, I just feel that you know, some of the Essex batters, as well as 1 or 2 of them were played, and Wesley played very well for his 46, Walter for his 24. But you just felt that you know, they were allowing the players to play, and that's bowlers to bowl, and that's whipped away on the leg side. That's a good shot. Maybe Harmer has decided that the way Snater's playing is not a bad thing to be doing.
No, quite.
4 more takes the Essex total to 138 for 7, and Harmer into double figures.
Yes, he came a long way down the wicket to play that shot, so it was a bit of an all or nothing shot. If he'd missed it, he wouldn't have stood a chance of regaining his ground, but yep, he got hold of it and clipped it away in front of the pavilion.
Dawson's,
which is well occupied, as you would imagine, on a day like this.
Oh yes, Dawson's under 3 and over here, and yes, he's getting the odd one to bite, but it's not a lot. Bowls again. Oh, that's bounced a bit. It's come off the top of the bat there as it goes out square on the offside. Harmer won't mind that. He won't mind watching that and seeing that. I remember sort of him bowling against Hampshire, and it's as much bounce that he gets as turn. And then round the bat, always difficult for the batters, and that's a length ball which Harmer prods forward to. Out on the offside, end of the over. Harmer has 10, 23 to Snater. Essex 138 for 7.
Well, having mentioned it, I've got to go through the rest of the list of short players. I was working my way up, actually.
What, up in height?
Yes, up in height.
From 4'9", that's
so
a pretty
4'9",
low base.
4'9" was the shortest. Yes, and they go up to the dithering heights of 5'5" eventually.
Oh.
Almost snow on top of his head. But 10th in the list is Alfred Freeman of England. Now, would that be Titch Freeman of Kent? It probably is, otherwise he wouldn't have the nickname Titch, would he? Who memorably... well, I suppose so. Who memorably...
Oh, hang on, he might be Essex.
Who, Alfred Freeman?
Well, I've just got something that says Essex.
Oh, this could be dangerous because, well, it's not as it happened, dear Essex supporter who's listening, but it rattled off Snater's pad square on the offside, and I think it inconvenienced him a little, so he was more concerned about his own welfare than anything else, and suddenly he saw Harmer bearing down on him, calling for a single, so it was all right in the end.
Well, it might not be the same Alfred Freeman, but there was an Alfred Freeman who played for Essex, born in Edmonton. I lived there for a while, and died in Chelmsford.
Right. That's worked away on the onside. Does it give his height for one run? I mean, often they do give the heights, don't they?
He played one first-class match as a left-handed batsman, which is probably why it's not.
No, I think
the same Alfred.
I think
Freeman.
it's Titch.
You're right. It was for Kent.
Titch Freeman of Kent, who took a stack of wickets, including phenomenally now, particularly with the way the game's going now. Once in a season, took 300 first-class wickets. That's unbelievable, isn't it?
Leg spinner, yeah.
Yeah. I know they sometimes played 30 championship games. That's a very pleasant little shot there. It's only going to be a single, but it was very risky. Just turned away at the last minute.
Yeah, 5'2".
Yeah, 5'2".
Playing for England as well, yeah.
Yep. Don't know if his eyes are blue as also, but not Scooby-Doo. Yeah, Titch Freeman. Yes, actually, of playing 30 championship games, that's presumably 60 innings. He's still going to take an average of 5 wickets per innings. Well, that's just phenomenal. Unless there were a few other first-class matches that counted. That's short of a length, pulled away by Harmer for a single down to deep backward square leg.
Fuller.
I mean, they used to play the universities regularly and the tourists regularly, so they'd have, but it's still an incredible record. I think when I get home tonight, I might see just how he got those 300 in a season.
There's quite a few first-class cricketers grateful for playing the universities for helping their averages.
Well, yes, certainly are.
We were talking about Steve Malone, remember that earlier on?
As let's just played out on the onside, Steve Malone.
He got 50 first-class wickets one year, and 16 of them were against Oxford.
Oxford, the Parks, is the only ground that, the so-called first-class counties and universities I haven't been to, and
Have you?
I intend to do so.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Whatever the reason. It was also, not many people know this, but I'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Just keep you hanging. And all that's just played defensively and not entirely comfortably. Played down deep into his crease and probably saw it bounce over the top of the stumps. Graham Gooch played his last first-class game at Oxford University. He came out of retirement about 3 years later and played there in one of these games that was classified as first class, although it wasn't, it probably wouldn't be nowadays. And I don't think it wasn't one of his longest innings by any means. I think it was single figures. But yeah, he played his last game at the Parks. I will go there one day.
Yeah, it's a nice ground. Days like this, it's ideal. The sun out, lots of trees. It's. I mean, it's sort of. I wouldn't say it's divided off, but it's got its own little area. Here's Dawson then, and bowls to Harmer. Harmer on the back foot, steers that out to the covers. Essex 142 for 7 here. Lost 2 wickets since lunch. Rossington for 22. Wesley for 46. Here's Dawson again. He's still got the short leg in, and he's got Vince at slip. Bowls Harmer on the back foot. Leaves that alone, actually. May just have turned a fraction, but it was quite wide of off stump. Yeah, it's. I think I played one of the coldest games of cricket there, actually.
Really?
Yeah, it can be lovely like this, and it can get very breezy and cold. But yeah, nice ground. Nice. Well, it befits its name, really. The Parks. It's a nice one. There's a low full toss, which is swept away by Harmer, but only out as far as Ian Holland, who's fielding in front of the pavilion, away to our right. And Harmer moves on to 13, 143 for 7. Snater is 25 from 26, looking to be as positive as much as he can.
Yes.
Doesn't want to be reckless, but you just feel that he is actually trying to just try and put a little bit of pressure back on the bowlers, because they've had it all their own way most of the day, as that's turned away from fairly straight. Square on the leg side for a single. 144 for 7. Just keep the scoreboard ticking along, Snater.
Well, he's certainly doing that. Yes, he doesn't like to be stuck on a score or in his crease, or no, he likes to see the scoreboard moving on against his name.
Yeah, good to see. So Dawson into his 12th over here.
He made his debut for Essex down at the Ageas Bowl, I remember, a few seasons ago. He came completely from, I think it was a one-day game of some denomination, and he came completely from nowhere. Nobody, well, not literally nobody.
It's turned away on the leg side by Harmer, and even though Wheels just behind square on the leg side, they still pick up a single.
But no Essex supporters or members or watchers or any or media knew who the heck he was. Just saw this man wandering around in an Essex top. He said, "Who the heck's he?"
Dawson again then, and bowls. Snater on the back foot and cuts that away, and Barker's running after that back with a point. I think he may just get there actually, and he does.
He does.
Just inside the rope at the far end of the ground. Snater picks up 2, and he will move on to 26, and it's 145 for 7.
Yep. As the late great Magnus Magnusson said, I started so I'll finish with this list of
oh yes.
So we got down to number 11, Alfred Freeman. Number 9, Mushfiqur Rahim of Bangladesh, who was 5'3". At the same height there was Ritin Patel of India and David Boone of Australia. I didn't realise Boone was that short.
Oh, I didn't know he was that short either.
God. At 5'4", we have Gundappa Vishwanath of India and Tatandra Taibu of Zimbabwe, both at 5'4". We'll come back to the top 4 later on and keep you all on 5'5".
It's fascinating, isn't it?
It is. As Wheel moves in and bowls, that's just played out on the offside. So having received that email from Andrew, or that link, I then had to, being of a curious nature, had to see. I thought, if there's a site listing the 10 shortest, there must, of course, be a site listing the 10 tallest. That could have nearly been the end of a good career. Well,
that was close.
Close, it was. And sure enough, there is a site that lists the 10 tallest players. That's played out on the onside.
10 widest?
I didn't Google that one, I'll have a go.
I can think of 1 or 2 that might have been in it over the last few decades.
You'd like to regale us with some names?
I can't think of any off the top of my head.
No. I thought you just said you could.
I can think of them, but I can't remember their names.
Very convenient lapse of memory there. As Wheel moves in from the Hayes close end, bowls, and that's just played on the onside by Harmer. For a second he thought, well, I'm not sure he really thought about a run, it was just all part of the shot. He was playing slightly on the move. And
Tigger Miles is joining in at Solent Sport. Harry Pilling was the shortest in modern times at 5'3".
Yes.
You're probably on your list, wasn't it?
No, I have a feeling this list applies to international cricket, and I don't think Pilling ever played for England, did he? Lancashire player, very useful. That's worked well on the onside for 4, just backward of square. I hesitated because it was just out of my immediate vision, and the extra applause greets the Essex 150. Well, it's several more than it seemed at one stage, but still you wouldn't think anywhere near enough.
No. Over 300 first-class matches for Lancashire, Harry Pilling.
Did he?
Yeah. And another 170-odd list A. Between 62 and 80. Oh, an 82. Gosh, 82.
That's just played back to the bowler. With his wheel from the far end.
Never would have thought he played to that late.
No. So who would be the shortest player on the circuit now? We're not sure if Adam Wheater's on the circuit or not, really. He's alleged to have be retiring at the end of the season, but nobody's seen him since that was announced. That's just played defensively, pushed out to mid-on. Cricketers now have come generally as a fairly sort of uniform design, don't they?
It's a bit like being in the police, isn't it? You've got to be a certain height now before you can be a pro.
Yes. Does that apply?
Well,
in
you
the
used to
police
have to
now?
be a certain height for the police, didn't you?
You used to. I don't know.
No, maybe that's not now.
No. And I think you also used to have nigh on perfect eyesight, but now you often see policemen wearing spectacles. And, I think they've had to change their criteria.
Come more into modern lines.
Well, yes.
Modern lines. Well, 51 for 7 here at Chelmsford. Snater and Harmer have currently put on 46. As down the wicket comes Snater to Dawson, just nudges that around towards fine leg. That'll only be a single. Snater moves on to 29 at a run a ball. And it's 152 for 7 now. Dawson into his 13th, 1 for 34. Picked up the wicket of Tom Wesley, LBW, for 46, the second of 2 wickets that have fallen since lunch. It's Dawson again, and Harmer turns that away square on the leg side. Will pick it up, thinks about throwing at the bowler's end, decides against it. 153 for 7. Dawson was finding the odd ball just biting into the surface, hasn't really found one for a little while.
No.
Comes in again and bowls to Snater. Snater sweeps from straight and it goes out along the ground down towards deep backward square leg. Dawson has his hands on his head again. Just watching that on the live feed, you'll be able to see that. I think by the time it had reached the stumps was probably leg stump. James Fuller looks like he's doing some exercises ready to come on. There's Dawson bowls again. Forward is Harmer back to the bowler. Harmer has 19. Slip in still, and there's a man on the drive and on the off and leg side as flighted, and that's pushed forward again by Harmer back to the bowler. He seems determined out there, doesn't he, Simon Harmer?
Yes, he does.
Very determined. Dawson again, round the wicket. Bowls Harmer again, dead bat. And it goes out on the leg side. We've had 56 overs of the Essex first innings. 154 for 7. Hampshire have 2 bonus points to date. Essex a little way off theirs. Of course, 200 is the first time they can register a bonus point in this innings.
And the 4 shortest, according to this list of international cricketers, have been all on 5'5", was Sachin Tendulkar, Sunil Gavaskar, Albin Kalicharan, and I think this is a pre-war player, although the name rings a vague bell, Sydney Edward Gregory of Australia. Gregory, I think, was in the halcyon years between the wars. Well, no, they weren't halcyon. They're pretty... Oh, well, there's an interesting shot. I'm looking forward to seeing that on the replay. It's gone for 4 down to fine leg. I'm not sure if it was an involuntary shot or not. Was he trying to take his bat out of the way, or did he deliberately guide it down there? It brings up the 50 partnership, 53, but it was a very, very interesting, contrived, invented shot.
I think you'd have to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yes,
there,
I think we
you?
have to really. I think we're going to see it again. And just looking at it, well, I would have thought, come back to what I'd have thought, not that that's that important what I thought, but I thought he was trying to play one of these shots that players play now, where they're trying to guide it over the top of the slips with an open bat. I think it was, but then somehow it managed to get down, instead of to third man, as a result, down to fine leg. Anyway, it says 4 in the book, which to a large extent, is the most important thing.
Sid Gregory was an interesting character.
Oh, right.
Yeah, just looked him up.
Has just played defensively.
So Sidney Edward Gregory, sometimes known as Edward Sidney Gregory, that's confusing, isn't it? I mean, that's probably the most interesting part of it. Was a cricketer who played for New South Wales and Australia. At the time of his retirement, he had played a world record 58 Test matches during a career spanning 1890 to 1912.
Oh, right.
A right-handed batsman and also a renowned fielder, particularly at cover point.
Ah, useful man. And and went under 2 different names.
What was that? Did he owe some money or something?
I know a few club cricketers who used to play under 2 different names.
Really?
Well, yes, because if they played for a midweek side, in case they got runs or wickets and the name appeared in the local paper, then they didn't want their place of employment to realise in case they'd gone off on a sickie. So they had a midweek name as well as a weekend name.
Yes.
That's just played out on the offside, no addition to the score.
So you didn't break any signing rules as well?
Well, I don't think that applied in those days. If you could play, you could play. Yes, if you were available. If you got rung up on a Tuesday night asking, are you available tomorrow afternoon, then you'd say, well, yes, I'm feeling a bit dodgy. I think I ought to take a day off sick. Yes, I'll play tomorrow for you. Not that I ever did that, of course.
Never.
But I know because nobody rang me up on a Tuesday night. Or ever.
Nobody ever rung you?
Well, yes. Odd, isn't it? Don't know why we've got a telephone. That's swung away for 6 runs down to long leg, which takes Snater on to 40. I doubt if they've already added that now. 40. So, well, it's tempting to say this is a typical Snater innings because, I mean, we've got to know that he does play that way. And today it's proved to be just what was ordered. Slight break now for drinks. And people in front of us take advantage of that. And including a gentleman I know who's a member of Old South Indians Cricket Club. And so, yeah, a lot of people standing up. They won't carry on standing up when play begins, but I don't. But man, especially this day, that those plastic seats can start sticking to the trousers, can't they?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Snater's just making the bowlers bowl differently.
Yes, he is, isn't he?
And on this occasion, it's working because he's making them bowl in areas that they don't really want to bowl.
Yeah.
Just keep line and length and just wait for something to happen, and that's what they've been doing. But they've been forced to, well, they're not necessarily being forced, but they feel that they should try that line of attack, and playing into Snater's hands. Here's Dawson to Harmer, plods forward out on the offside. Talking about heights, I've been sent a photo by Joe on the Twitter feed at Solent Sport. Chris Tremlett, who played in a charity game, I'll come more to that in a moment, and Charlotte Taylor, who plays for the Southern Vipers, are photographed together. To say that is little and large would be an understatement in terms of height.
There must literally be 2 feet difference, I'd have thought, between them.
Yeah, you've done well. I mean, the photographer, Dave Oakes, who's a Hampshire club photographer, has done well to get them both in.
Yes.
As much as he has. As forward again is Harmer to Dawson. He's a very big boy, Chris Tremlett. He was a big boy when he played. Since he's played, he's been able to indulge his passion for the gym even more. And it makes him look like he's wearing one of those Michelin Man suits underneath his stuff. I mean, he's huge, man. Not huge in terms of... No, he swept that from straight. Oh, yes. Yes, he had to go. It looked out from here. Harmer doesn't look particularly pleased about it, but it did look very straight. If you're watching the live picture feed, have a look. And there's probably leg, maybe hitting halfway up, leg and middle. It's certainly playing across the line. He's bringing the umpire very much into play. And he's threatened to do that once or twice, Harmer. He's got the bat on it, but not on that occasion. And Harmer goes for 19, and it's 164 for 8.
Yes, yes. Tremlett lists appears on this list of the 10 tallest players ever to have played international.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
And See if I can find that one.
Second wicket for Liam Dawson. 2 of the 3 that have fallen since lunch. 164 for 8. That's a great photo, actually. Thanks for sending that in. I did actually see that a couple of days ago because it was played on Friday. Actually, what it was a charity game at Broad Halfpenny Down in Hambledon, which you may or may, well, I know you know your cricketing history.
I've been there.
It was England's sort of old ground, wasn't it?
Yes.
I think it was the first ever first-class match that was played there, and it's 250 years this year.
Yes, when you started to describe Chris Tremlett, you led me, not deliberately, to go down totally the wrong path. You said since his retirement he's indulged his love of or something, and I thought you were going to say fruit pies or something, or steak and kidney pudding, and then you said the gym instead, and that just...
Well, I've said this before, so one or two Hampshire fans forgive me, but I did a charity Q&A with him a few years ago at a school in Twyford, a special needs school. And he was the guest, and I was holding the whole thing together.
Yep.
And when I first saw him go into the room, because I hadn't seen him since he'd finished playing, I thought, oh my God, this guy looks the fittest bloke I've ever seen in my life. And when we got up to do our bit, as Dawson's over the wicket, the new batter is Aaron Beard, the left-hander, outside the off stump and left alone. I thought, I can't do this for another 20 minutes, stand next to him, because it's making me look pathetic, actually. So I decided to go over the other side of the room and speak to him from there. And we did our Q&A with me about 50 yards away from him. Here comes Dawson, because it was too embarrassing. As that's cut out on the offside, it just turned a fraction out of the rough outside off stump. End of the over. Dawson has 2 for 36 from 14. And Essex are 164 for 8.
You could have done it sitting down.
Well, there was that as well, yeah, but I mean, it was bad enough looking up to him. I
Yes.
mean, you can imagine I had a bad neck by the end of 20 minutes.
Yes, whenever I interviewed Will Jefferson, I always said, do you mind if we sit down? He said, no, of course not. He said, not meaning to be patronising, but it was. He said, no, I perfectly understand. As well as a useful player, but a perfect gentleman as well. Well, I always felt that in Jefferson's case, his height was more of a hindrance than a help. But, anyway, wish him well wherever he is, whatever he's doing.
Who's the others on your list?
Oh, right, yes. There again, we'll start at... well, it doesn't give heights, unfortunately. It just gives them a list.
Are these higher now than Chris Tremlett?
Oh, the ones, those higher are, well, not necessarily, because, I mean, they could have been of equal height. As I said, it doesn't give a list.
Sure.
So I don't really know. Barker's back into the attack from the Hayes close end, moves in now and bowls to Snater. And it's Aaron Beard who came to the crease. I'm not sure if Kevin mentioned that. Joel Garner was the tallest.
Oh, of course, yes, Joel.
Then Mohammed Irfan, Jason Holder, a current player.
Oh, right.
Curtly Ambrose.
Yeah.
Bruce Reed.
Yeah.
Boyd Rankin.
Yeah.
Chris Tremlett. Suleiman Ben, he's a West Indian spinner, isn't he?
Oh, Suleiman Ben, yeah, off spinner, yeah.
Stephen
left arm spinner, wasn't he?
Left arm spinner, yeah. As next delivery just played defensively back to the bowler. Stephen Finn. First name that doesn't mean anything to me, it may to you, Peter George.
Darts player, wasn't he?
I don't know.
Oh no, that's Bobby George.
Yes. Then Tom Moody and Kyle Jamieson of the current New Zealand side. No, Peter George is a name.
He's Australian.
Oh, right. And that's whipped away, but only straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket. No addition to the score of 164 for 8.
Looks like he was a fairly recent cricketer as well. 2008 to 2013 South Australia, 2014 to 19 Queensland. Peter George, right arm fast medium bowler. I can see a picture of him bowling. He's doesn't help actually because he's in his follow through bent down.
Yes. And next delivery, thick outside half of the bat brings Snater 1 run. Backward of square on the offside. Every run valuable for Essex, but similarly, Hampshire will know that in what is probably going to be a low-scoring game, they want to restrict the home county to as few as possible. 165 for 8 at the moment.
Just on the subject of Harry Pilling we were talking about earlier, Ticker Miles at Sonnet Sport says he was the first player to score 1,000 runs in the John Player League.
Oh, really?
Barry Richards was the first to 2,000, 3,000 and 4,000. The old Sunday League. I used to love that.
Yes, spectators used to love it as well, yes.
Perfect for a Sunday, wasn't it?
Well, it was very convenient for spectators in particular, who ultimately keep this game going. That's outside the off stump, goes through to wicketkeeper Ben Brown, and who takes it down by his bootlaces, because it was an afternoon game, so it didn't monopolise the whole of the day. Oh, Kevin's going to do his update now, and then when he returns, I shall. Well, Nick's going to come into Kevin's seat, and then as soon as Kevin's done his update, he can come back into mine, because I will have been on for about an hour by then. I think that's the way it works. As Barker moves in from the far end again and bowls, and Beard, who bats left-handed, just plays it out into the offside. No addition to the score of 165 for 8. Well, this represents some sort of recovery, but Essex still need quite a few more, don't they, Nick?
I think so, but hadn't Shane Snater played well?
He has.
I think he's got 2 70s this season, hasn't he? So one here, I think it was against Northants, and I also remember him getting runs towards the end of the Essex innings against Lancashire. So he really has been in very good form with the bat indeed. And yes, that wicket, for the first time, a wicket really went down against the run of play, didn't it? Because they were looking quite comfortable. So how many overs to go before tea? Just the 5 to go now. So 3 to be bowled by Dawson. And here's Dawson coming in to bowl to Snater, who whips away nicely off the hip up towards the mid wicket for a single. He didn't get much of a go at that game where England almost made 500. I think he got a small score himself, but chasing experience. But I'm sure he'll be hoping his bowling is more economical when he gets a chance a bit later on. Strange game to play in. Slip and a short leg, Liam Dawson. Bowls and Beard here. Oh, that one goes through everything. Interesting to see the umpire signal here. It's gone over the stumps and down to the boundary, and it's byes. So Ben Brown sort of looks exasperated and perhaps is berating himself, but maybe that was term that defeated him.
Yes.
The bounce and turn over the stump. Beard didn't know much about it.
But they're all useful runs, all very useful to Essex's cause.
Yes, as they try and push towards a batting point. If they can get to 200, it would be a reasonable achievement, having been 16 for 3 and 55 for 5 at one point, 56 for 5. So it's been a good it's a decent partial recovery. This, not a complete one, but decent enough. More turn here for Dawson, and Snater with an exaggerated movement leaves it alone. He's averaging 33. He's got the 250s, both in the 70s. Top score of 79, not out. That was here. I think he got about 72 against Lancashire as well. So he's done extremely well. As this is played off the back foot, back to the bowler, and there's no run. And fortunately for him, in the first of his recent performances, and says he got the 1 for 99 for Netherlands against England, but it doesn't actually specifically say it was 10 overs.
Yes,
which is good. As Dawson bowls, and that's outside the off stump and left alone. But yeah, career best 79 in that game against Northants. As I say, he also got runs. Just check how many it was, but I'm pretty sure it was around about 70, 72. 72 against Lancashire in that last championship game. Dawson bowls and driven away nicely into the offside, goes up towards a deepish cover, but no chance of a second run there. And well, in the wickets column, you've managed to get a 3-wicket haul here twice against Yorkshire and Northants. That's some going, given the nature of the pitches. Yeah, be interesting to see how he can get on with the ball a little bit later on. You could say he'll need to do well, because obviously there's Harmer, but Beard is obviously a little bit less experienced, so thoroughly merits a place in the side. And of course Sam Cook, who in the absence of Porter will be particularly the spearhead of the seam attack on this occasion. So 171 for 8, Snater 42, Beard 1 and 4 overs till tea.
First of those 4 will be bowled by Barker from the far end, the Hayes close end, moves in now and bowls. And that's just pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score. Well, you say that in the absence of Porter, Cook will be spearheading the attack.
He does anyway.
I've
Yeah.
got the impression that he spearheads the attack anyway lately.
I was so impressed by Porter at Old Trafford that I sort of...
Yes.
You know, if he bowls like that, then they're sort of back on a par with each other for me.
Grief,
but
yes.
I agree with the general point about how Cook has perhaps slightly gone ahead.
As the next delivery just played off the back foot, takes his hand off the bat at the last moment, his bottom hand, as he plays the shot.
Which is why it's very disappointing that Porter, who got wickets in the game here for the select 11, isn't able to take the field on this occasion, having got an injury in a second team match, which is very, very frustrating. Not that Aaron Beard doesn't deserve his chance. Interesting that 2 of the stars of Friday night both playing in this game, even though it's a different format, Pepper and Beard.
Barker to Beard, who plays solidly, defensively, correctly, and the ball makes its way out to mid-off. No addition to the